Hello and welcome. I'm Mercy, the Game Master here at the Monsters, and we're back with episode 18 in the Kingdom of Rin. Last time, we picked up at the end of a tense social interaction where the Knight Captain Roslyn became named a Knight of the Faith. And we left off with a tense moment of her kind of staring down the Marshal of the Militia, Bridget Peters. We picked up from there and resolved that scene, and Roslyn and Alondite went and performed funerary rites for another paladin, Leona, who perished in the defense of Capstone. After that, Scath-Bais came to check on Alondite, and the two of them caught up and talked a little bit about the battle. And then the party kind of went about the business of collecting their various rewards and promises from the successful defense of Capstone and their part as defenders of Rin. So Scath-Bais went to her guild and informed them of the pardon/expungement that the participants in the defense of Capstone were offered, which Braun, the guild leader, went and very excitedly accepted immediately before passing that on to the rest of the crew. Scath-Bais also secured her pardon, and then Druge acted as a kind of witness and voucher for many of the members of Scath-Bais' guild who helped defend the now known as Druge Harbor. So that's fitting. I didn't even think about that. That's kind of poetic justice. After that, the party went and collected the rewards that they were promised from the militia quartermaster, and then we wound down with the party meeting up at their favorite tavern, their favorite table at their favorite tavern, to go over the details of the soon-to-be constructed Fort Leona that has been deeded to Alondite, who is I'll say, knight expectant. So that's where we left off. We got a lot of the kind of nitty-gritty of the stronghold's design as far as what features and whatnot it's going to have out of the way. And we did some of that kind of out of character for the last hour or so because it was just easier to kind of get through all the details. So today we're going to pick up, we're going to finish up any last minute kind of like out of character things as far as how does this all work or whatever, any last minute questions that folks have. And then we'll kind of like slip back down to acting in character and let our players, kind of have that conversation in character. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm going to go ahead and run the intro prayer, and then we will get started.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new, no longer marked by war and sin. Banar did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, this peace will last us long and true.
So as far as I can think of, the last minute things that we have to kind of wind down as far as out of character decisions go is whether or not you want to try and deal with the food issue / farmable land. And I think there might be one or two people that we still needed a commitment from as far as what they're.
For Druge, the equipment doesn't necessarily matter because he's gonna sell it anyway.
You don't want to try and get like a masterwork spear or anything like that.
No.
Want that money?
All right. So you're just gonna get, kind of like, you can describe it in character when you guys go to the quartermaster is just, going and finding like the most expensive looking thing that you can find that they'll let you take. And
yeah, because you said that the cutoff's 250.
Yeah.
Or that's like the max 250. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can we can even look really quickly. It'll probably will be some kind of like masterwork scale mail or something like that.
Okay.
Right, I forgot you were planning to pawn it. Hey, Izzy, thanks for coming by. Doubloons are not active during this. I have kind of thought about a doubloon campaign that would potentially be interesting, but I think we need to streamline that process a lot more before that would be feasible. I just opened the P99 wiki. That is not what I wanted at all.
So, you're a procrastinator when you have to do homework and it gets done negative 1 hour and 9 minutes.
You're fine. All right. So it would be, unless you wanted to chip in a little bit just to like up the quality tier, you would be looking at either a chain shirt, which has a base cost of 100 gold. That would be perfect because masterworking is 150, so that would be 250. Or masterwork scale mail would be 200. To do anything any more expensive, you'd have to pitch in a little bit, like to get like masterwork chain mail totals, you'd have to throw 50 of you.
And then selling it, you said I would get like 50.
Yeah, you get 50%.
Like could, like sweet talk it up to like 55 or 60 or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Let you make a little check or bluff check or whatever, depending on exactly what it is you're trying to do to try and ham it up a little bit. But yeah, you'd get somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60% back on 250.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely should have 50 laying around. So I'll probably do that
to try and get the masterwork. Oh wait, hold on. The masterwork chain mail.
Yes, sir. And then make at least 100 off of it. Well,
yeah, at least 125, potentially even a bit more. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we'll as we're kind of winding down with all this, we'll finish here at the tavern in character. You guys can talk about the stronghold real quickly and kind of hash out the details, do whatever, go to bed, whatnot, and then wake up tomorrow and you guys will go to the quartermaster. And yeah, I'm gonna go back to the kind of the like special area of the armory and look around for stuff until he finds. And same thing for anybody else. The only ones that'll be special there is like Rubato with your thing. You'll probably have to special quartermaster for your thing. But that gives you an option to be kind of the smart tinkery I'm like, oh, I was thinking about something like this. Like, do you
stealing my thunder? That's what I was going to do.
Okay. Sorry, just trying to kind of help prompt people so we don't. So once we get to acting in character, we're not stumbling over our own feet too much.
Yep.
Okay. So masterwork chainmail for Druge, and then just remember to at least temporarily, keep track of the negative for that. Alondite, we talked about that, although I don't know, you didn't make a final decision, but I'm assuming that you would want to go with the scale mail because the speed penalties stack, or they don't stack. It's one or the other, so it would not slow Amina down any further to have the heavier armor.
Okay, so did we talk about that? Yes, sort of. I might be having a moment, so
no, it's okay. It was just in the Discord there. So you could get either studded leather or scale mail. The only two differences would be armor check penalty and speed. But speed doesn't.
She slows down.
Hmm?
She would slow down.
Well, no, she wouldn't, because she's already slowed because you're on her back. And and speed penalties don't stack. You just get the worst one. So in this case, they're equals. The worst one is just whichever you.
Okay, then I might as well go for the scale.
Yeah, exactly. So just confirming, but yeah, you would want scale mail Bardian. That covers Baheer, Rubato. Unless Gabosh thought of anything else, then you're trying to copycat a little bit there. Druge has this thing, Alondite has this thing. Okay, so that deals with all the quartermaster stuff. What last minute thoughts or questions did we have on Stronghold?
Does the mountain face and the river touch the boundary, or does it go out wherever and we're just kind of like that's where we're going?
I very rarely do this kind of thing, but I don't think we gain anything by me making you guys spend like a year in game finding the exact spot. So it's essentially a quantum river and a quantum cliff that when you go out to look, it will still take you some time, right? Like you're still going to make some survival checks and like wander around out there and potentially have some random encounters and whatever. But like you guys will keep looking until you find an area that matches the description of what you're looking for.
The perfect spot.
Yeah.
Okay. But like, okay, right. That kind of answers it.
So yeah, you can put it wherever is, you know, like whatever, not orientation, whatever, arrangement. I can't think of the word I want. You know, that is most advantageous or coolest or whatever to you. And then that will be what you guys will be looking for when you're out there. Because when we switch to talking in character again here in a couple minutes, then you guys are going to hash that out. Like, oh, okay, you know, like let's try and find a spot with like a certain amount.
Roger.
So, okay, as far as things that I am aware of then, we are caught up on pretty much everything except for, and this will be the result of some in-character actions, you know, whether or not you guys can find anybody to scare up to help magically. So we don't know for sure on that discount or not yet. And then, you know, obviously some of the hiring and whatnot, that'll all be in character. So for out of character decisions for the stronghold, you just need to decide on what you're doing for.
If we find a clearing, we agreed that there is going to be a opening or a, what is it? What did we say?
Well, so because it factors into stronghold price, right? Because your stronghold, like the value of your stronghold is somewhat based on what like resources it has available. So right now, you guys under climate and terrain, I think? No.
I just
I'm a source thing. What the heck? Am I crazy? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is in climate and terrain. So I'll go on quickly. Yes. Maybe. Hello, computer? Is the thing?
Oh, controls income source, controls potential income source.
Yes. So, right now, the potential income source that you guys have is
the mountains, right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I just did the same. There we go.
It's like a potential for a mine.
Yeah. So if you wanted to have like potentially arable land to farm, then you would need to select potential income source again for like another 5% cost. Or like because you guys can do you can develop anything after the fact, especially something like the 10% like controls functional income source. These are just the costs. So like if you like the idea of the mine, but you're like, food's more important for now, we could just swap it and say that the potential income source for right now is farmable land. And then later, if you guys want to try and delve more into the mining, see what I did there, then you would just have to pay the full, like the cost to discover and develop the mine would 10%, like the same that it is now, but you would just be adding it on.
I was thinking, because I kind of like looked, if adding on the 10% is about 1,000 gold ish. Right?
Yeah, pretty close, because you're right now you're what, just a tad under 10k.
Just like
or just
if I
tad over
put
10K,
add
yeah.
somewhere 10,528, we add the 10%. And without it's 9,408.
Yeah, I think it was
So
a
it's
little
about
under 10k. I think somebody
1,100
tweeted
then.
something just a second ago. I don't think it was over 10k.
Net cost
No,
9,000.
I did that. I clicked controls to see what it would be at.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. So I would be down to like sacrifice the combat training area for later.
Oh, whatever
maybe?
you just did, probably you push the talk button, you just screwed up the whole calculation again.
Crap.
If you can undo that, thank you.
That might work now. Okay. I was thinking maybe like get rid of the training area, the combat one that I wanted, and then we could do the full 10% controls income source.
That would probably come out pretty
Right.
close, yeah. We can test it really quick. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead and delete the training area really quick. And that would probably give you a little bit more money to work with for the other like equipment and stuff.
And then
That brings your cost out to I guess it is slightly more expensive because it's percents, but that would bring your
We would
cost to
still have-
9,600. And your total budget is 9,700. So you'd have 112 left for equipment.
oof.
If you're wanting both. Now you could potentially if you also took out the 5% for the potential mine, then you'd be actually quite a bit less.
Yeah, but I wanted to give up the combat area so we could keep the mine.
But got it. Okay. Yeah. I'm just offering, other thoughts, solutions. So to outfoot your soldiers, then you guys would probably just have to pitch in a little bit of your personal cash would be all.
Yeah.
Well, right, because the wild card there is magic stuff too. You could potentially get like up to 8 or 9% more in discounts if you're able to find people to help with that. In which case you could then you'd be pretty close to doing both.
I think this is good. How we have it.
Well, yeah, leave it like this for now and then see if you're able to secure any more discounts.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so then for now, while you're sketching stuff out, Alondite, if you want to take the training area off the list.
Unless there's something else that's like 1,000-ish that we think we could get away with taking off. But I feel like other than the stables, there's not anything else.
Yeah, not really. The only other thing would be the tavern, which obviously Scath-Bais would rather not.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anybody else? Anything else before we get back into the table then?
No. Druge voices desire for the what was it, like the living quarters for the employees, and that's
Sure.
really all he cares about.
Yeah, just I thought it'd be fun to to have your characters talk about it, but there was even talking out of character, right? That took us like an hour and a half last time, plus a half an hour this time. So it would have taken a long time to get through all that in character speak. So okay, cool. Well, in that case, then I'll just kind of like count us down. We'll try and kind of take a deep breath, get back into character, and let you guys talk it out. It is the evening, kind of early evening, because you guys didn't do a ton the day before. So kind of like supper time ish on the third day of late spring 561. Right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Alondite, what are all these papers and everything you have here?
Well, I've been sketching and organizing everything out and kind of getting ideas for everything and trying to clear everything out. It's a lot of planning ahead. When you think of these, and I kind of just throw all the ideas out. This is kind of what I have.
So you're thinking of mine in those mountains, huh?
I don't know if you noticed in that last battle, but we're short on materials for armor and could use an upgrade.
Yeah. I think Capstone really needs the supply, probably.
That's true. That does seem to be something that's lacking quite a bit in this area. I mean, quite a lot of tinkering and stuff back where I'm from, so...
We'd be able to get stone from this mine as well. We should probably put a not wooden fence around Capstone.
That is what I was thinking, is not only would it give us the materials to start constructing, but it would help us along the way for an income source and possible resources for weaponry and armor.
Well, and also quarry, I think, is what Scath-Bais is at.
Oh, a quarry, yeah.
Yeah, which is worth pointing out. A quarry and a mine are different things, but
you can work our way up to one.
Yeah.
Like once we've mined all the ore. Rock quarry.
We need to start looking for people who would be able to manage that sort of situation. The idea is, what's the dwarven population like here?
We have some in my guild.
Maybe you
Other
have some
than that, I'm
contact
not
with
sure.
them.
I'll have to speak with, we'll see. We'll put a flyer out, maybe.
We'll see if Braun can get in contact with it. Sometimes our urban counterparts within our guild might have brothers or... Sorry, Loki just knocked something over.
It was the 3-ring binder that I had set up to keep the post from the cat condo out of my forehead.
Yeah, and then he just like shoved it off the thing. It was in his way.
It's so far it seems to be okay, so you can probably just leave it down unless it becomes a problem again.
Over here.
Also, I linked the public folder there if anybody wants to double check demographics or anything.
It probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to go talk to your guild anyways, because I think we could, if we could find some other arcane assistance to possibly help with the planning and building and stuff, this could help speed things up a little bit with the...
Unfortunately, well, I mean, he might be able to find contacts, but you're the only magic wielder that they've ever actually come in contact with, besides whatever Braun gave to Bridget. Did the thing up front.
Do you think it would be worth sending an emissary to the elves?
We should just go visit the elves.
Well, we do have some plans to head north anyways, right?
Yeah, I would very much like to go see the elves, yeah. Because I think that is where my brother may be,
But we also have a package to drop off.
yeah.
You just see me start writing stuff and possibilities of the future.
Yeah, Alondite's probably doing a lot of well focused on what he's doing.
All right, well, you've got the rest of that planned out, right?
I'd like to say yes, but you know how we worked as a group the last time we organized something? I'm going to have to ask you to work as a group again. You are my advisors.
Oh. Well, I'm fantastic at advising of things. The magic lab needs to be a little bit bigger.
We could put a bank vault in the tavern.
Speaking about advising,
I could be the mistress of coin.
I don't know about that one.
The vault, you all have the key to it.
I think it may be a good idea if we write a letter to the other barons around to see if they might be able to give us some more funding, possibly.
That's a good idea. Maybe they have some contacts we can work with as well.
But I was thinking maybe like one second. Like one of them, I think it'd be good to have like an artisan area for like people who are going to be doing the mining to work, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And then also have like some kind of like trade, like a store or something, to set up some trade within the camp.
Should we suggest to them it will be on their dime?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, is that they would pay for it.
I will leave that in your hands, Mr. Businessman. Did you see me write down Baheer, head of business negotiations?
Like big circle.
Exclamation, underline.
Spelled business wrong.
Exactly.
Right. I think we've got a good idea. We just have to go and find a place now. And we've got a couple of plans to put in motion.
Kind of see Alondite look down at his very much bleeding still side. It's like, do you mind if we just take a couple days?
I think it's going to take a couple days, yeah.
I also want to have my own valet. I've been missing having someone doing some certain things for me.
I bet you would like a valet.
I will pay for it. I have the funds to pay for it myself.
We are realizing that this valet will be one more mouth to feed at the stronghold, right?
Well, of course. That's what I'm saying, is I will handle the cost.
Mm-hmm.
Will he be equestrian trained?
And according to the map, it's placed just so nicely next to some farmland that has been being used already that we are going to reacquisition. So
are we going to use this valet as
locals?
A farmer then?
No,
Maybe,
he's my valet.
Well, then who's going to work the farmland?
This is his job. The people who have been working the farmland, yeah.
Okay.
They just now work for us, eminent domain and all that.
Well, if it comes down to that place being attacked and he's burning in a building, I'd save Rubato first. Throwing that out there.
Well, I would sure hope so.
Yeah, I mean, like the person I'm going to go hire is virtually a stranger. I mean, we've been about it a little while now.
Okay, I'll make a deal with you. If you do look for a valet, he must know standard horse driving.
I like
Right.
this. This is a good
Why would I
negotiation.
do? No, I'm paying for it. Why do you put conditions on the person I'm paying for?
This is going to be an hour.
Strong
If we're going to pay for it, then no, I'm not going to listen to your random conditions.
Question.
for the person that I am paying.
But here, where is he staying in the stronghold? There's already not enough room for us.
There is enough room. The Druge so greatly instructed and suggested building a servant's quarters.
Uh-huh. And we don't have any other bedrooms for us yet.
There's enough room in the
Here
and the servant's
sleeps
quarters.
in servants'
Between both of
quarters,
them.
double bunked with.
Baheer staying in the servants' quarters with his servant. I like it. I'll allow
I
it.
second that.
It's not like you guys
Best
are not going to be sleeping in the
buddies.
servants' quarters also. I
Yeah,
don't
unless
know
you're
why we're
sleeping in the
making a big deal
barracks.
out of this.
I'm sleeping in the barracks because I'm a fighter.
I personally would rather sleep in the servants' quarters because it will be much cleaner than the barracks is going to be.
I'm
That's what
guessing
you-
the shrine is just out
That's
in
what
the
you
open.
I mean, it can
Yeah,
have a
sleep in the dry.
small like building or enclosure, but yeah, it would most likely be something either in the open or under like a rock overhang or something. But if you want to describe it as having a small enclosure, fine.
You just hear Scath-Bais muttering about rich people requiring people to help them dress and how ridiculous it is
They're
she-
arguing. I
as
just
she-
lean back.
as she drinks her ale.
God, just thought it'd be nice to share.
I'll have
Oh,
plenty of
I have
You
no,
want a
I have no
valet, you can
issue.
pay for your own valet. I mean,
I'm not sure if I already proposed this, but I'm sure my mom wouldn't mind if we had somewhere where she'd be able to stay. I'm sure she would accept like bare necessities, food and water as pay. I don't think she needs money as long as everything else is taken care of. So we potentially have
Bare necessity.
a I don't want to call her like she's a paid employee. She's just not paid with the funds that we require to run the fort. So I imagine she could manage the tavern or something like that. But we have someone who we don't have to pay. They can work for us.
Ooh, we have a manager.
Oh, don't worry. I'm bringing one of my sisters with us to help with the tavern.
Yeah, any
Well,
like
then.
relatively basic role, like general laborer or whatever they call it, like servant or whatever for the the tavern or something like that could be. I'm okay with you guys subbing that in for a couple of known NPCs. We're not going to staff the whole fort that way, but we can do a few.
Well, Druge's mom and my sister can staff the tavern. They could take turns.
Well, there's
won't have them all.
there's like a barkeep, if you will, and then a servant, I think, are the required staff technically. So you guys will need to figure out who's gonna be the keeper and who will be like employee, so to speak. But
Oh, the tavern was my idea, so technically my
You're right.
sister's running it in my stead.
So you're just gonna make my old mom work her fingers to the bone. Got it. Okay.
Well,
We'll keep
I
that
didn't say
noted.
my. I didn't
No,
say
no,
my.
it's okay. It's already noted. I already have it memorized.
we
It's all
can
right.
make your
Wait.
mom
Remember
in
that.
charge of the kitchen. She
Yeah.
was a really good cook last I remember.
Think about it. My sister probably can't cook to save her life. Let's be honest. She's probably better at pouring beer than cooking the actual food. And your mom cooks some pretty dang good food, if I remember from the wonderful feast that we had at the end of the fight. So
Nice cover up. Nice cover up.
no. Your mom's a good cook.
No, I'm sure. Yeah, she'll be fine with whatever.
We'll see who can pour the best beer.
Mhm.
No promises on that.
We'll
But
have
she
a
can't cook.
we'll have a beer pouring tournament our first night in the tavern.
Oh my lord.
Okay, I'll make a note to hash out the actual details once the building exists. But so
Mhm.
likely, sister as barkeep and mom as cook is what you guys are thinking.
Mom is cook, not
Mhm.
servant. Cook. There's a difference.
Ooh.
Mhm.
She's a cook.
That works. for me.
One of my family members as the animal handler.
Is your family even around? wait. I'm curious.
I
I
have to
didn't.
send word all the way
Okay.
to. It'd take a while.
I was like,
It would
wait,
be a request from Cal.
was your brother here this whole time, not helping us fight?
I don't know that. Okay, so that would be another look at how is the. Oh my god, I have to look at my notes.
I think we're doing exactly what our grateful game master asked us not to do, but it's
Basin. Squirrel.
And I'll have my family. Oh wait.
You got any family here? Any close by?
Well, we don't.
I mean,
might as well keep it going.
His brother is supposedly
The whole point
over
I'm
with the
here is to go
elves.
find my brother, but
As soon as you find him, he's working for us for free.
I don't.
It's just totally up to if Baheer
He's
wants.
a little busy. We're gonna be a little busy.
I think it makes fine sense. I have to look at the animal handler to see, or if they're one of the more expensive ones or not. No, they're not. Book is
But I mean, the Alondite's brother makes sense because his family.
well, right. No, I just
deals
want to
on
make
horses.
sure that you guys aren't getting half of your staff wages off because of this. But it's the animal tender is 4.5 gold per month. The bartender innkeeper is 6, and cook is so you're getting 14 off of 100 or something like that. Like that.
Mhm.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, look at that. See, it's fine.
Yeah, and that's
Well, it's
one
taxes.
that's one person per the 3 of you that are from this region. So I think that also makes sense.
14% off, not bad. I'll take that.
No, let me just hire a boat to go across the oceans and get my grandmother who lives in the middle of the desert to come and be a maid or something.
You got to take a boat to get your grandma who lives in the desert.
No, that's your valet.
In the desert, yeah. She's gonna be my valet.
Poor Grand.
Hey, Grandma, I told you to use bleach for this.
I'm tired of this, Baheer. That's too dang bad.
I don't know. Is Grand a bleach person or a lie?
Okay. To the letter, because I think Rocket missed my message in chat. Are you writing that letter tonight while you guys are talking?
Yeah, he'd be writing the
Okay.
two
I made a little graphic for it that I was going to show off on screen here, so I was going to have you
okay.
read it out to everybody.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get some water real quick, and then I'll do that.
Well, Baheer grabs his next drink. A magical laboratory. It's not going to need any valets or sweeps or anything. I can handle it myself. It's not going to be that big. Maybe later in the future we'll expand. But
What about when we're gone?
well, I mean, as long as
Oh,
the
is
door's
that my
locked.
seal? I get a seal.
That's Baheer's.
Ooh.
But I needed to seal it.
I mean, you asked him to write it.
Wait, I asked him to write? I thought he asked me.
No, he said he was doing
What?
it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he actually wrote this last week a week and a half ago. When he was at our house.
Awesome. All right.
And then I made up the little graphic for it and made the illuminated text and made a little seal for it and everything. So I don't even think he's seen it yet.
Oh, I have not seen that. No, that's cool.
Thank you.
Is it the same as what I have already?
Yeah. I just copied it over because you only changed a few words between the two of them, so I just did one of them. But also, before you start reading it out and say what I know you're gonna say, it's Gizlin, strong G, Gizlin.
I was gonna say Gizlin.
Just making sure.
Gracious Baron Gizlin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Prince Baheer al-Pasha, a humble noble of a distant realm of Atfal al-Shamsi, where dunes of sand meet the shimmering waves of the sea. I'm writing to you not only as a man of noble lineage, but as a passionate entrepreneur seeking to establish a profitable investment within your barony. As you may have heard, Capstone recently faced a dire assault by legions of orcs. Though our brave defenders, alongside a small band of skilled individuals, including myself, stood firm in the face of this overwhelming threat. Regrettably, the attack has caught the town unprepared, resulting in significant losses. In response to this challenge, the wise Lady Donella of Capstone has initiated a critical plan to expand our defenses. He envisions the construction of strongholds deeper into the wilds, aimed at establishing an early warning system to safeguard against future incursions. I am honored to inform you that the command of one of these vital forts will soon be entrusted to my esteemed ally, Alondite, who is soon to be knighted. To be able to expand into the deeper forest and send the influence of Capstone further than before is a great opportunity to spend investment in the area and build a center of trade for the Northern Barony. To capitalize on this opportunity, I seek your esteemed support in the form of coin to set up a general store within the new fort. This establishment will not only provide essential supplies to our troops, but will also facilitate the trade of newly discovered goods, enriching your barony and strengthening your position in the region. I humbly await your favorable response, as your esteemed support would greatly impact our efforts. That together we can make Capstone a safer and more profitable place. With the deepest respect, Baheer al-Pasha, Prince of Atfal. And then there's a seal from his ring below that.
Beautiful.
And the picture. And the other one is pretty much the same thing, except instead of a general store, it's asking for a where is it? Oh, them to develop our mine for us. With a promise of 50% of the proceeds until paid back, and a generous 10% thereafter. I mean, I would send those out when I can.
As you guys are, so you'll be able to do that tomorrow, but we don't need to come. You'll do that. As you guys are sitting around, going through all of your paperwork, and the nobles are scribbling things down, and y'all are talking and whatnot. Eventually, one of the barmaids kind of comes up and is kind of meekly, she's kind of holding her her hands kind of in front of her and kind of looks down. She's like, I know you guys are kind of famous now, and you've been really good customers, but you are kind of taking up a table. Could you maybe
buying another round,
food and drink or something, or maybe
I already bought a round.
What's that?
I bought a round.
Oh, did you? Okay, I missed it.
When we sat down, I said I buy a round for the table.
Well, okay, sure, but this is hours later.
Fine,
right?
I buy another round for the table.
But I'll buy some meals as well.
With that, see, there's food and drink. We have ordered food and drink.
She
Terribly
kind
sorry
of like
about-
bobs her head and goes
Sorry
like skipping
about
off.
that.
Like,
We were kind of busy talking about things. Time got away from us.
She's sweet.
Yes, yes. Very sweet.
okay. Does anybody else have anything that they want to accomplish tonight in character? Shall we just kind of fade to black as you all sip on your drinks and work on your maps and letters and such?
Drinking contest.
Like finding the person else could be like a tomorrow thing, right?
Yeah. It's too late probably to be trying to do that. Alondite wants to celebrate with a drinking contest. We could redo that really quickly. That doesn't take very long.
Okay.
Right before
All
that, I scooch over to Skyback. So how many fields of potatoes are we going to need?
Oh gosh.
At least 3.
Okay. You think that'll be enough?
I feel like it will. I think potatoes are a root or a tuber of some kind. So I think they kind of grow like wildfire,
Perfect.
which we're turning it into fire, so it works.
Well, some of it.
Some of it. Well, according no, as far as Alondite knows, it's all going to be fire.
Now, did somebody say drinking contest?
Yes, Alondite would like a drinking contest.
Bring it on, Tin Can.
I suppose we should all be celebratory after our great victories.
All right.
Agree with that.
All right. What quality of drink or swill are we going with here?
Are we going with gut rot or
Then we'll go in with the regular stuff, to be honest. A little less pricey.
Yeah.
What? The nobleman wants to go with something cheap?
I have to pay for a dude to work for me. I don't got to.
Rubato, am I having a stroke?
Have
a ton of
to.
money to throw around.
check your forehead? I think you might have a fever.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't actually spend that much money, you guys. Like, I probably have more money than everyone that's here right now in my pocket.
I don't think that's going to
That's not
endear you
going
to them the way
you to the
that you're thinking.
situation. We're still going to give you crap for it.
Just lean over to Ska. He has a lot of extra funds. Good to know.
Right?
I mean, you guys made me spot you two in the magic shop for potions earlier.
I bought my own potion. And I actually used it.
Mhm.
All right. Are we thinking wine, ale, or spirits?
Ale.
Personally,
Ale.
I would like wine, but if everyone else is doing ale,
You're going to do wine. All right.
yeah, I'm gonna do wine.
You're doing
Sure,
wine.
man.
We're
Oh, we're all doing. Wait. Baheer's doing wine while we're all doing ale.
Mhm.
Well, we can, you'll parse it out to where it's equivalent drink counts.
Is one stronger than which one's the strongest?
Wine will be a DC 12, DC 11. The common ale. So the wine and the ale are both 11. The spirits are 13. Or no, sorry, they're also just kidding. It's worded weirdly in this table. If you're just going with the basic version, they're all 11, but it doesn't change anything mechanically.
Mhm.
Okay.
If you wanted to go with stronger spirits or better wine or whatever, it might be like 12 or 13.
I'll just do the basics.
Okay. And then I'll just have you guys keep track of, how many drinks character ends up having, and then go back after the fact and calculate the cost. I'm going to bog things down for 10 minutes here, tallying up your bar tabs.
Mhm.
Let the games begin.
Loser pays.
So who's actually participating?
I think we all are.
Okay.
Yeah,
Why
I
not?
guess.
All right. Round 1. It's a DC 11 fortitude save.
I think I make it anyway.
I'm
And then-
out.
It's a really crappy
Yeah, you
roll,
guys are
though.
going to need to keep track of your intoxication here.
Yeah, I make it.
Alright.
I'm good.
That first one did me in already.
Well, you remember, you're not just like instantly hammered, right?
Which would be hilarious.
It
but
would be, yeah, just one drink, just
I think half of us would have just gone down already.
So if you failed, you need to take 1d2, roll a d4, and then 1 and 2 is 1, 3 and 4 is 2.
I'm sorry, what was the fail for this?
DC 11.
Oh, good, I
Ooh.
made it.
You take 1d4 damage to wisdom and 1d2. 1d2 damage to wisdom and 1d2 damage to dexterity.
Ooh.
And then when either of those reaches 0 is when you either like collapse or pass out.
That's bad.
All right, drink number
And when
2.
you say 1d2 to wisdom or dexterity,
No,
you're
it's
talking about,
both.
the ability
Yeah, one.
score?
So you'll have to roll 2d4. Wait, hold on, don't start the next round yet.
Oh god.
I'm trying to.
That was not a roll. That was
I'm
me
trying
trying to
to-
pick up the dice.
Yeah, I'm trying to clear
so I
mine.
Right click on it
Minus 2.
to clear it.
That's not a roll either.
Oh my god.
We're starting round 2.
No,
There we
no.
go.
Hold on. There's
Okay, mine's cleared.
Is everybody
Stop
done
the
taking their
rolls,
wisdom
stop the
and
count.
dexterity damage?
Y'all,
I got hit with 2 for both.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. So hold on. Let me roll something so we have something to separate by. I'll roll D100 and probably roll a 1 again. Oh my god, freaking
Hey,
close.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, so everything after that is the start of round 2.
All right. Round
Which
2.
is
I rolled the same thing.
when I had the bot put it in chat, then I already forgot. Okay, the
Let's
second
go.
save is a
Nope,
DC,
that's a 1.
DC 12 this time.
I rolled a
did
1.
no heck.
Hey, I got 12.
Nice.
Got exactly what I need.
All right, so what are my
Ouch.
damages again?
1d2 dexterity and 1d2 wisdom.
Oof.
Also, you should open your roll log so people watching
Yeah.
can at least see that. Click on the book in the top right.
Well, that one didn't go down very smooth.
Wait, Scabosh, before we go down, and I'm still all right here. Who's
Uh-huh.
carrying who?
Depends on who ends up down first, my friend.
I'll carry you both.
All right, what's the other one?
Got it.
I don't know if you could even list one.
Whiz and
Dex and whiz.
Dex and Wiz?
Yeah. You see, you're getting dumber and clumsier. Like,
With a wisdom of 9, you can already tell that Alondite's not making smart calculations by saying who's going to carry who home.
okay. So everybody's caught up now. So I'll just keep rolling D100 in between to separate layers. Oh my god.
17.
All right. So the next save is DC 14 for round 3.
boy.
Oh, I'm good.
Ah!
We're adding fortitude to that or no?
Fortitude save, yes. DC
Yeah, okay,
14 fortitude save.
I'm cooked.
Oh, Druge. You guys are going down quick today.
Oh, no.
I got hit with 2 again.
Yeah,
For both of them.
2 for each. Woof. I mean, Druge is on the younger side, right? You just don't have as much alcohol tolerance.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Maybe you guys gotta be going down.
I feel like I should have chosen spirits instead of the ale.
Wouldn't that have made you?
Oh no, if I win
faster.
everybody just because you were drinking wine the whole time, not ale.
All right, is that the end of rolls for that round for damage and such?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to separate it in the ledger. There we go. Hey, I've almost rolled
30
above average
rounds.
finally in total.
What round are we
This is
on now?
round 4,
3?
so it gets exponentially harder. So it's a DC 18 fortitude save now.
I got 13.
18?
It's not making it.
18.
think it's-
Dex.
Oh,
did.
God.
Oh no.
I'm going to say on a natural 1, you take 1d2 plus 1
So
damage.
wisdom. Minus 2 to both.
What do you get with the
Dude.
20?
On a 20?
Hey, nat
on a
20.
20, we'll give you a plus 2 on the next save.
Yeah!
I just got a nat 20.
Yeah, yeah. So Druge and Alondite both just like knock this one back. You're like, let's go. Y'all are whips, although with how drunk Druge already is, it's more like
Oh, I'm still thirsty.
I'm just not warming up.
I might need Stefan to carry me home.
I'll carry you and Stefan, don't worry.
It's the drinking contest equivalent of first punch is free. You're just
Here, how you doing? That first one hit, but I'm still good.
That last one got me a bit, but
I think this was a game over.
so the next one here, this is a hold on, what was it? It was 18 last time.
That
This is a
20 of
DC
mine
26
doesn't count.
fortitude save.
D26.
You said a 26?
Yeah.
What?
I'm out.
I can't
Well, remember, a
get
nat
that.
20 always succeeds on a save.
Hey, look at that.
Oh my god, you guys.
I think I might be done, guys. I'm feeling pretty good. I want to make sure I stay feeling good, you know. I think 4 drinks is good enough for me.
Oh my gosh.
Scath-Bais and Alondite. That's 2 in a row for Alondite, just muscling them down. But yeah, since a DC, since
it's
a
all
nat 20 always succeeds on a save, that's how Ujime succeeded on a DC, whatever it was, 2048 fortitude save during a drinking contest one time.
Who's still in?
Yeah, so Druge tapped out. Is anybody unconscious or on their face yet?
That's me.
I'm still in.
So Rubato's face down on the table.
I have a 6 in wisdom. If this was not going to go for very long.
And Drew's just tapping out. So okay, so is everybody's damage done for that round if you had damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll separate it out. See that the other 3 of you are still in then?
Yeah.
Hey, 41 again. I think that's exactly what I rolled last time. All right. It's
is-
hold on, it was 8, 16, now it's 32, so it's a DC 43
It's just impossible.
fort
at this point.
save.
roll a 20. or
It's
you
only
lose.
nat 20s now, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, Alondite.
I'm done.
So for nat 1s, it's 1d2 plus 1.
Oh,
oh no.
oh, let's go. Low rolls for both.
2 damage. All right.
A 2 still standing. Alondite looks like he's cheating off Baheer's paper. How many points
Who's left? Me and Alondite, or me and
I'm in still.
Oh, I thought you said you were out, Scott.
Still
So-
good.
yeah, I'm done. I gotta make sure I can drag
It was
Alondite.
me and Alondite, Len.
I think you just have to drive me home.
Drag. I have to drag you home.
Oh, drag. Okay.
Just throw him
Let's
out.
go.
I think you're way
I'm still
past that.
relatively coherent. So if someone needs to nap in my race car bed, I can carry you with me.
All right.
All right, there's your
You ready,
separator.
Alondite?
Maximum more.
Rubato just groaning.
Yeah.
Oh,
Aw.
Oh,
So close.
It's a DC 75 this
roll
time.
low. Oh, yes.
don't you have to roll for both?
Oof.
Yes.
Got
Yeah,
it.
he's just doing them separately.
Yeah, I'm doing them separate so I know which one goes with what.
All right. Are you both still up?
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's separate it again. I feel like the
How
pile of
close are
dice
you,
here is
Alondite?
very representative. I still have not rolled above 50 on these D100s, by the way.
How close are you, Alondite?
I'm.
Yeah, how are you guys
Still-
looking?
I can't calculate anything, but I'm still averagely nimble.
Me too. Me too. Same here. All right. Oh,
Oh, both of you nat one on the same round.
Oof.
All right. Roll low, roll low. Oh. Roll low, roll low.
Oof.
Ooh, Alondite got hit hard that round.
All right. Is he not out yet? Are you
Not yet.
still-
So that was round of 128.
I'll
Well,
be
128 plus 11, so whatever the. I don't
I'll
know.
like really grumble like you want to call it a draw.
One. You do one more. Take out one more.
Alondite, we should probably go home.
Draw.
But he's lost all his smarts at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I can still read.
okay.
All right.
Bartender, one more.
If you're still in DC 267 fortitude saving throw.
Okay. I have to get.
Oh,
Oh,
So
I'm
cool.
out. I can't even. I don't even have to roll. I'm out.
Oh, I'm not down.
I am.
So only two of us actually passed out.
So so Alondite wins.
Yeah.
We have a winner.
I need pee.
I think the
Yes,
real winner
there
is
is somebody
the one
probably.
we remember tomorrow.
You got 10 in wisdom.
I have 10 in wisdom. Yeah,
Yeah,
11 in wisdom.
I have a 9. So
I got. Where's
you got those nat
this place
20s
have bath?
early.
bathroom? Just kind of see me barely wander, like stumble, like kicking over chairs, running to a bathroom. That does not exist in my eyes. Like I'm going on a statue somewhere.
you're just like out back peeing on the back of the hearth or something.
Y'all.
I'm probably actually passed out under the table.
And then speaking
Yeah.
of bathroom, I know it's a little earlier than we usually do, but I could use a quick bathroom break, and we're probably going to fade to black for the evening there anyway. So I think that works for a short stretch break here, real quick.
I
Sounds
carry Rubato back to my house, stumbling as I go because
We all just leave the bar to just not paying again.
No, I
I
was just kind of hand waving that so we didn't get bogged down in it. Yeah, we'll go back. So, like I said, you needed to keep track
Totally
of
just
how many drinks
ran
you
and looked
had,
to go pee and didn't pay.
and then we'll back calculate how much you would have owed.
I definitely would have like in-game dodged that without like.
What round did we end up on?
That was round of 256. So, whatever that is for doubling. One
I know, I
round was
stopped at
0.
4.
Second round was 1. Third round was 2. Fourth round was 4. Fifth round was 8. Sixth round was 15. Seventh round was 32. Eighth round was 64. So that was 10th round. For those of you that
I
made it
made
all
it
the way to the
halfway.
end.
It
Instead of
would
64
be
to 128.
40
and then
copper
128 to
pieces.
256.
It would be 4 silver. Right?
What's that?
It'd be 40 copper pieces because a mug of some, like, we were all drinking the cheaper stuff, so it'd be
Yeah.
a mug, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be 4 per, so it's 40 copper, so 4 silver
Per person or per total?
per person.
Well, for the two of you that made it to the end, yeah.
Mhm.
But the rest
Yeah.
of you,
I
like I
made
said,
it
we'll have to
halfway,
math
so
it
I-
out, and I don't want to bog things down to do that today. So,
Paying who wins?
while we're taking break, just think, and since this is an earlier and shorter break too, we want to be a little bit quicker about this one than we have in the past. But think if there's anything else that your character wants to try and accomplish tomorrow, other than going to the quartermaster and collecting your stuff there or whatnot. And then after that, either late tomorrow or early the next day, you'll probably want to go out and try and actually, scout the area and find where your stronghold's going to be.
All right. Not being able to do math, I give a gold thinking it's enough.
Okay. You gave it to the girl that came over earlier and was like, so you're going to buy something?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm behind him and I just give her the difference for his and hand over.
Oh, that was more than enough. That was more than twice as much as what he owed.
Mm-hmm. I'll give 4 extra silver as a tip on the table.
Okay. Awesome. He goes skipping back to the bar excitedly, is changing it out for whatever the extra is for the tip. And then we'll take a quick break. Let's try and be as close to 5 minutes as we can.
Yep.
That was fun, and since we had the rules handy, it didn't take nearly as long to sort out how to get through that this time. So, all right, the stage is set. The general layout and components of the stronghold have been decided. Let's see if they can negotiate any last-minute discounts with any spellcasters here in town. And then we'll get back out in the wilderness and get adventuring. So thanks for being here. If you haven't stretched your legs, now's a great time to get up, move around a little bit. We'll be back. All right, so you guys all wind down your evenings. It's your various sleeping spots and wake up, various degrees of hungover. Because remember, it takes a while to heal that damage back. I'll have to look at the exact numbers. So potentially even some degree of still drunk, I guess. And it is the morning of the 4th day of late spring. The rain has finally let up after about a half a 10 day of clouds and rain and occasional storming and whatnot. But it is still overcast and windy, and the moon is waning right now.
Just to recap, that's overcast, windy, or rainy?
Overcast and windy. The rain has finally.
Okay. And what date is that again?
The 4th of late spring.
Perfect weather to go search for our fort's location.
All right. I assume that as a pre-agreements, I think we said I was actually going to go with Scath-Bais to her house to see her parents, so I would have done that last night.
Yeah. Ability damage. Now, they do all heal at this rate. It's not just you pick one, but ability damage heals at a rate of 1 per day, technically.
What?
I think we can probably adjust that a little bit for drinking ability damage.
I mean, I've had a multi-day hangover, but that's something else.
Yeah. So I think we'll just house rule for drinking ability damage that it'll heal at a rate of 5 per day. And then as with any other healing, if you get air, if you get assistance, then that'll double it as well. So, and then I'll write that down in my notes too. Kind of working the kinks out of the whole drinking thing. And that's 5. And that's 5
my
per.
Wisdom's back. My
That's
dex
5
is
per
still,
day for both of them.
My dex is still, well, it's not full, but my wisdom
For each of them.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm back to normal because I only got hit with 4.
Okay. So yeah, I think we, just kind of a bit of a lingering, headache or a little bit of light sensitivity or whatever. But if your stats are all the way back, you're relatively well off the next morning here.
Oh no, I'm flipping down like I am still. It was rough.
I head out the door and just
I'm sleeping this one.
We might have had too much at the tavern last night. Just let Alondite sleep. He really needs to sleep this one off. I'm gonna go out on the town for a little bit. I leave before Rubato and Alondite are even close to conscious.
There is also magical healing that helps with that. It's called Lesser Restoration. So if anybody has access to that, either themselves or via NPC, that's a potential.
Well, Druge went to his race car bed, and we went to my non-magical parents. So
right.
Sky, as you're leaving, you just hear Rubato mumbling in his sleep. Very pretty.
Good. Have a good sleep, Rubato. I have no idea what's going on in that little mind of yours.
Can I swing by the church and see if I can get some of that?
He goes when I'm not there. Great.
I don't know if they have that at the church.
I mean, yeah, Lesser Restoration would be
Because
they would have access to that. Would be pretty commonly prepared among.
Because my wisdom is 5
healers
right now, so I mean.
Hey, mine too.
For now, I'm just going to plunk all of you down at the windmill. You can do whatever with yourselves.
Would that give me back it fully, or?
Yeah, I think so. For like actual ability damage, you got hit by like a white or something like horrific. It heals 1d4, but since we're kind of accelerating things for the alcohol damage, I think we can just say that restoration. But...
Here, take a Tylenol.
Yeah.
Our characters not on the map right now.
No, they are.
Oh, it wasn't showing me.
You're all a tower.
It was only showing Ava for me. I see it now.
Wait. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I said I have to add all of you really quickly, but I'll put you at the windmill, and then you can.
I message.
Okay. I mean, are you trying to keep that
Auto
secret?
still down.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, you both are. You both are sleeping it off.
Where is your house on the map?
At some point we will actually, we're trying to get more and more specific things mapped instead of just kind of like over there. But broadly speaking, what we've been working with has been kind of like down in the southwest, like quadrant of the town.
Yeah, near this little farm area.
I mean, there's two main like housing areas, if you will. There's houses and like inns and apartments and whatnot, kind of like spread all throughout. But there's that area and then this area are the two main housing centers.
I'm just out and about. And yes, that I am sweet. No,
This little farm area? I'm gonna say yes. This one. Over by the pumpkins and the scarecrow.
Nice.
All right. Scath-Bais is going, I guess, on some errands. So when the rest of you at her parents' house awake, you don't find her.
Would you guys have brought me back to her house then, probably, instead of like an inn?
Because you were like passed out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what would you guys have done with it?
I mean, I carried Rubato, so it's up to whatever Alondite felt like doing.
Or Druge.
Yeah, or Druge.
The buddy system.
You still have your strength, at least. I mean, you could carry me.
Baheer was just left at the bar.
Before I would have woke up and like let you know that I'm gonna go to the church to see if they can help me feel a bit better.
Last night sucked. Is that goldfish or was that box of milk?
That was goldfish.
Either way, that's impressive.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about that earlier. Because at first I did the same thing. I thought it was milk, and then I was like, wait, no, that's goldfish. Yes.
Morning, sunshine.
I'm not 100% sure what you guys are doing, but when Druge gets up, 'cause he's feeling pretty good. You know, he didn't get too hammered. So he just goes around I'll say inquiring, pestering, maybe not pestering. I don't know. The townsfolk being like, "Hey, have you heard of the new the new structure that's getting put up? You know, need some staff. If you guys want to move, new scenery, you know, new place to live. You know, trying to sell it, make it sound like it's better than what it is, because right now it's nothing." But yeah, he's just walking around town, kind of like used car salesman type thing.
Right. Yeah, you're it's almost kind of the equivalent of like people recruiting for like wagon caravans to go out west. I like it. Well, and of course, you know, being a local too, you know, like, oh, if I go down by the docks and you know, maybe I can kind of hit up some of the folks that are just like sitting around on piles of boxes waiting for jobs, and you know kind of some of the spots to go around and hit folks up as well.
He starts off conversations at the docks like, "Hey, you know who this dock's named after? He's a really cool guy, you know, did a lot of really good things for this town and blah blah blah." And then he introduced, "Oh, by the way, my name's Druge." You know, like, you know.
I love it. Smooth, very smooth.
I like it. Make a diplomacy check with a +2.
Okay. Let's see.
Is there a
let me
book?
place myself down there.
That's amazing.
I gotta represent. This is my area now, you know? Alright, there we go. And my diplomacy, I think, is +8 or plus a lot.
Perfect calculations. Plus a lot.
I think it's +10 normally.
+10. So +12. Yeah. I rolled it to 24 total.
Is it 24? Yeah.
Didn't mean to do that. Ignore the second one. So yeah, 24 overall.
Okay. So yeah, you managed to, you know, you're hyping it up pretty good. You're like, yeah, you know, it's gonna be awesome. There's gonna, you know, you're giving them there's gonna be like hookers and blow kind of like speech, like, you know, there, you know, jobs for everybody, and you know, a benevolent landlord, and you know, maybe even the opportunity of land ownership, and you know, you're selling it pretty good, and you know, and when you, I'm assuming, right, you know, you give it one of your signature flexes is you're like, and by the way, you know, I'm Druge.
Hi, I'm Druge. Smolder.
Yeah, that's right.
Do I get anybody? Does anybody even like, "Hey, can I get your number?" kind of thing?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on, let me see.
God, I'm moving on. Jeez.
Oh yeah, if they
24,
started as
I have to
indifferent
get
to
at
you,
least
which they probably would have, there's no reason they'd be unfriendly or anything. It's a DC 20 to move them to helpful. So yeah, you definitely impressed some folks. How like how big of a show are you trying to make? You know, are you kind of just kind of go up to a pod of like 2 or 3 dudes, or are you trying to kind of like make a ruckus and kind of like gather folks around at the docks?
Just a couple guys, like you were saying, like sitting on boxes, kind of just waiting for a job. Just Drew's definitely not someone to like gather around.
Right.
That's not his style.
Right.
So yeah, just like 2 or 3 guys.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a d4.
Let's see. Please.
Okay. So yeah, you find a little grouping of like I don't know, like 4 to 6 dudes that are kind of hovering around, just waiting for something to do, and you go and really puff them up and kind of get them. One or two of them are kind of like kind of walk away, like this is BS or whatever. But 3 or 4 of them kind of hang around and hear you out. And then one or two of them, like one of them is like yeah, like let's go. I'm tired of sitting around here doing nothing. And then as the others disperse, then one of the other ones kind of like looks over his shoulder. He's like, yeah, like he's like a little more timid about it. He's like, yeah, I'm in too.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't want to get crap from Steve and Frank over there. So like what do you want us to do? Like, do you just need like, laborers? Do you need like wagon drivers? Like what's going on?
Let me think. Because I'm trying to get the 2 that are walking away. Or you said, so there's 6. 4 of them walked away.
No, 2. Well, yeah. So like 2 of them left. Like this is who we like.
Screw this guy.
Yeah, and then the other 2 were just kind of like, yeah, like no hard feelings, best of luck. Like kind of happy here. Like I got family here, whatever, that kind of thing. And then 2 of them, were like indicate interest.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I want to try and get the 2 other guys that were like not mean about it, but also kind of not interested, to see if I can get them back. But I don't think I can.
I mean, yeah, I'm down to let you, kind of double down on it to see.
The only thing I could, because I don't know if in his conversation he would have already mentioned like a place to stay and like decent wages,
right?
If that would have,
I think that kind of thing would be if you wanted to double down a little bit, then that would be how you'd try and kind of like lure their attention back.
Okay, like yeah, as the 2, the second group of 2 that were walking away, the ones that were like, oh, good luck, but I'm good. As they're walking away, Druge kind of raises his like the volume and begins to speak about like, oh, we have servants' quarters. You guys will food and water and all that stuff taken care of. We're working on building living quarters for family members and this and that. And depending on how high up in the ranks you get, like, you and your family will get your own little living space, and like separate from the others with maybe a shared like one of those things where it's like you all have your own room and then there's like a shared common area, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
So he's trying to like, he's speaking about things that are for sure like we've already set the funds aside for this, but then he's also speaking for like hopefuls in the future.
Right,
but not letting them know that they're not hopefuls,
right?
Kind of trying to make it sound like, oh yeah, we've already got the money for it, don't worry.
Yeah, he's just getting carried away a little bit.
Yeah. So he's doing that, hoping to even further gain the interest of the folks that stay, the 2 folks that stay, but also get the other 2 to maybe perk their ears and be like, what was that? And like turn around and maybe start to walk back. I'm trying to think, because these are all like regular folks. They're not like adventurers like us. So I don't know if Rubato's little alchemical station is going to be of any interest to them. I think
magical lab actually.
Oh, magical lab.
Yeah. The alchemy was his kind of like secondary request.
Yeah,
that's a tough sell.
Would that be of any? Like, could Druge sell that? And
probably not interesting to just like your average, dockhand kind of worker. I mean, they might be kind of like, whoa, that's neat, but they're not going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to go and like help scribe scrolls.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't know. They could be magic adept.
So yeah, I guess the big thing he would try and sell is living quarters.
Yeah.
For servants, food, like rations and stuff like that, taken care of, like no cost to them, plus a wage. And then some hopefuls in the future, like independent living quarters for folks that make it higher up the chain.
Sure.
And then he starts kind of like you were saying, like he starts spouting off about like, oh, if you have an interest in this, like the chemical station, or if you have an interest in this, and we need, not a military. What are we called here? A militia?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need some militiamen. If you guys are interested in learning how to, fight and protect, and I myself am a scout, so it's like, we have a need for everything. If you want to learn how to build a hammock and swing it up in between trees and start a fire and kill orcs, we're the people that we got you. Come to us. We'll help you out. So can I roll a d20? And
make another almost a dexterity diplomacy check, and you'll still have the +2 for kind of wowing them with your hero-dom.
Oh, it just fell through the world. Okay, so 22. Where'd it go?
Yeah, I don't think it's good enough to change any minds that weren't already changed. Like, that sounds great, but one of them's like, I got a wife and a kid, and like, I don't know, like Frontier Fort doesn't exactly sound like a good spot or whatever. And the other one's like, hey man, like I was nice about it before, but I'm good here. Like don't like
what
don't,
about
don't blow smoke
stay?
up my butt.
Are they still interested?
Yeah. You don't like scare off the other two guys or anything. They're just like, those guys are just squares. Like, yeah, let's, I need some work, man. I'm just sitting around. Let's go.
All right. Well, I've done my job for the day. What are you guys doing now?
Yeah, no, I like it. That's perfect.
But one last thing. Why is there a goose on the dock that's like trying to attack somebody? Or whatever that is.
Say there is, or why is there?
Yeah, why is there?
Oh,
you see that next to me?
I forgot about that. What was that from? It was.
I don't even know.
There
must have been from like a build night or something.
No. That had something to do with the battle.
Is that a chicken or a goose?
It's a goose.
Goose.
Or were we
savior.
saying like it was it representing a dove for Banar? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, it's probably a dove for Banar.
Because I shrunk it. Because I remember
it's one ugly dove.
Its normal size was like this. I think. Like I remember shrinking it.
Guys,
that's huge.
the Canadian Cobra chickens have come to Capstone.
Oh my gosh! Oh, you're scared. Somebody help me! Somebody help me!
Goose.
That's
Dire goose.
That's the bird from Alondite's homeland. The national bird.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's angry.
Druge can do more recruiting later. But right now, my dogs are about to poop in my house, so I gotta take them outside real quick.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's a good opportunity for you to step away. And it would take Druge a while. You kind of glad hand around for a while, and and go and buy an apple and hand it to somebody that you try and recruit. It takes some time to kind of like work your way around. So yeah, that works. Let your dogs out. We'll handle some other folks. Be right back. All right. Yeah. Who else is doing what else?
I messaged you.
Well, I have those letters that I have to deliver in. So I would go and do that.
Okay.
Wherever I would do that at.
Also, we're getting
And then-
somebody's Discord bloops through stream. If we can not do that, I know that's an annoying thing for folks that are watching videos.
Yeah, I think that one was mine. Let me see if I can fix that.
Thank you.
I don't know why they're coming through suddenly.
Okay, so dropping off the letters and then doing what else? Sorry.
Yeah, and then I wanted to go find and see if I can find someone to be my valet.
Okay.
Like, maybe like look around for like a young man who's like down on his luck, like there's just a big battle. Maybe his family members died or something.
You make it
I
sound
don't
so
know.
predatory.
Taking advantage.
I mean,
taking
someone's gonna
advantage
be
of a poor
loyal, you know?
orphan.
That is something. Yeah, good point.
I mean, if it's a poor orphan, then it's a poor orphan. I'm not gonna be picky. Looking around for some guy who I think would be good at it.
Look for the sprinter.
Like where? Kind of what's your process for that? Anywhere in
Is there
particular,
like
just
a
kinda-
part of the town that's like less desirable, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe look around there, see if I can convince someone.
Okay. So, say, kind of as you're making your way around, same thing as Druge, you strike up conversation with a few folks that doesn't necessarily lead anywhere. And you go into a business or two or like whatever, a tavern or two, and kind of hit up some folks and get varying degrees of like interest and leads and whatnot. Go ahead and make a gather information check. So roll D20 for gather information plus D4
I'm so
for how
good
long
at
it
gathering
takes.
information. Also, because we're in cabs, so I get a +2 for gather information. Because, wait, no, maybe that's something else. No, that's something else. That's a +2 to find things in Capstone. I mean, this is finding a thing in Capstone, but it's still.
What is that from? I don't remember.
From me, like running around the town a whole bunch and helping different people.
Oh, yeah, that's more finding things. Like, I'm gonna try and find whatever, like this house or that business or whatever.
Okay. It's I think it's a 13 straight. Yeah. It is.
Okay. And then roll D4 for how many hours it takes.
Oh, that is a D10. Ew.
Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, you spend a couple hours kind of making your way around, talking to folks. You get one or two leads, and would you be telling them to, kind of like meet me here, or like what's?
Yeah, I'd be like, meet me at the tavern for like an interview if you'd like.
Okay. So yeah, you find an elven woman named I forgot. I think it's Ilis.
Ilis.
And a human woman named Elsa, who both indicate interest.
Elsa, like the princess.
Queen.
Queen
Ex-queen.
That's right.
Come on, keep up.
Spoilers.
Okay.
All right, and then I'm trying to get a random tavern generator up here really quickly. I thought I had that tab open, but apparently I didn't. Tavern. Friends and ends. Oh, 404 page not found. Are you kidding me?
Oof.
Dang it. Hold on. Let's see if I can Wayback Machine it. Although that's kind of screwed right now. Or poor Internet Archive.
Fancy name generator has one for taverns.
The Whimsical Doves Pub. Hold on. Now I'm in the depths of the Wayback Machine. Hey, there we go. Go back to 2021, but
We should go to the Prancing Pony.
oh no, then there's nothing there. Maybe I went back too far and it was like a placeholder version. Man, I hate that the Internet Archive, like who could, that was such a dumb cyber attack. Oh, looks like every version of it. Sorry, I know you had the other one, but I just figured it was worth a quick check to see if this was going to be viable at all for future use. But it looks like that webpage is post. The only versions of it I can find that aren't forward are clearly like a working placeholder. It just says the tavern is known for. It's a building with like the inn patrons are. Like none of it's filled out. So, sure, we can.
That one just gives names.
Famous potato. Yeah, you're hitting up the the D&D equivalent of a dive bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little hole in the wall kind of place or whatever. And I thought about it, but I think that's a little more upscale than what he was describing here. And you step into make me a spot check.
I'm so good at these. 9.
Okay. Excellent. Would you go to the bar first, or just go like try and find like the corner booth, or?
I'll try to find like a booth. Yeah.
Okay. So you go and go in, kind of scope out the place really quickly, find a table / booth that's currently unoccupied, and kind of slide in over there, and then pretty much like right as you like sit down, you kind of sense somebody else kind of like slide in right next to you, which is sooner than you would necessarily expecting to either. Else,
like beside me, not like across from me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you look up and see a human woman with like an olive toned skin and really sharp features. She has wavy black hair that's kind of like tied back at the nape of her neck, and he like sits down right next to you, and you're like stunned to see somebody that looks like they're from Afal Shamsi.
Oh. Well, hello there, Elsa. Where you got here quickly.
And this is not either of the women that you previously talked to.
So this is not Elsa. It's just some random lady.
This is somebody you did not speak to during your kind of search around town.
Oh, I thought you said it was okay. Gotcha.
No, I said not Elsa or Isla.
Okay, hello, ma'am. Can I help you with something?
She kind of like places her hand like up kind of her collarbone, is like, "Hi, I'm Zara. I heard you were looking to employ some people, and I'm looking to be employed." And, like, flashes you a big smile.
Where did you hear about me?
Oh, I saw you making your way around town, and I figured I'm a little newer around here, and I figured it'd be best to start with a friendly face. And kind of gives you almost like a little, like a kind of a sly wink, like not like flirting with you, but like kind of like trying to lean on the whole like, hey, we kind of look alike, right? Like, help us.
Where are you from? I'm gonna ask.
She like puts her hands on her hips and is like, "Oh, come on now."
I mean, I know where you're from, but what city specifically?
I'm from Zalam Medina.
Well, it's nice to see someone else from back home around here.
Yeah, there's not many of us. You stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. Well, did you hear what position I was specifically searching for? Or?
I did not, but I'm sure I can do it.
Okay, I'm looking for someone to be my valet while I'm at the fort. Like clean the clothes, like kind of like a serving person. If that's something that still interests you.
kind of purses her lips a little bit. She's like, well, I scratches the back of her head. I can't say as I have a whole lot of experience with that sort of thing, but I'm a quick learner, and I don't, it doesn't sound like you're necessarily talking about anything too complicated. I know my letters. I'm not super good with writing, but I can, and I can, I'm sure I can learn to bring out some clothes. And do you have your armor on right now?
Yeah.
And help you put your armor on and take it off, and is that the kind of thing you're talking about?
Yeah, and just running like general errands for me that I might have come up. Stuff like that.
She kind of like looks around to see if anybody else has like shown up yet. And she's like, well, I think I'm your gal. Kind of like hops up and like puts her hands on her hips and then kind of tries to like pull a little curtsy, but it's like super awkward.
Maybe I'm just gonna. Why don't you stay? Like stick around, and I'm gonna go through the other 2 interviews, and then if they go how they go, and then I'll let you know, okay? By the end of the day.
She kind of like pouts a little bit. When you say that you want to interview the other people, and she's like, rolls her eyes, and she's like, fine.
Well, it's only fair. I already set up the meetings, so I wouldn't want them not to come all the way out here other way for nothing.
Well, I don't see them here yet. It's been like 3 minutes, right? But like, she's applied a little bit of soft pressure. She's like, all right, fine. Just got here. Where? How do I find you? Because I don't think the barkeep here is just going to let me hang around without paying for anything with my non-money.
Usually at the end of the day, we go and meet up at the tavern. I'll give her the name of.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny. I thought of that the other day. I was like, out of all the times we've referenced it, I don't think I ever named that tavern.
No.
We should do that. But okay. She's like, are you sure you're not just getting like a commission for driving business to these taverns?
Well, no, it's okay. We go there all the time.
Like, all right, fine. Supper time?
Yeah, that sounds good.
She kind of like turns on her heel and she's like, and you're buying, right?
I suppose so.
She like when you hesitate for a second, she kind of like turns out her empty pockets and kind of like bats her eyes at you a little bit.
This doesn't seem at all suspicious to me. Oh, I'm not there, so I can't say that.
Danger.
Possibly. I could.
It's a darn shame that Baheer didn't do sense motive on this person.
I'll pay for your meal if you get the job. How about that?
She kind of like throws her head back, just like, all right, fine. See you later. And then just goes like sashaying out of there.
She goes walking out the door. These recruiters suck. The things you got to do for a job these days.
All right. How long are you waiting around there?
Probably for a while. Like maybe like a few hours.
Okay. All right. We'll
like 2 or 3.
We'll use that as an exit point for that scene and then circle back. Anybody else?
My message is.
Can Druge try recruiting somewhere else in the town?
Let's handle mine.
Sorry, what was the question there, Trish? I was listening to Pixie also.
I was just asking if Druge could try recruiting somewhere else in the town.
Yeah, kind of same thing. I'll allow a degree of it, kind of based on how descriptive you can be, because otherwise we can just roll ad nauseum. So what are you doing? How are you doing it?
guess where would I do it? People hang out at the docks. Where else do people hang out? Is that the only like major landmark that we have outside of like the church?
The only major what? Sorry.
The landmark. It's like the dock, the tavern, and the church. That's it.
I mean, like the windmill. And there are a couple of warehouses and stuff. Obviously the forts are kind of landmarks.
This looks like a little shopping center area. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a couple of town squares that have kind of markets of them.
So I'll move to there. And kind of the same deal. We're not on the dock anymore, but he's in the like market and he's just chatting around like, "Oh, you guys here? What's it called? We're naming it after Leona."
Yeah, Fort Leona.
And so he's going around like, "Oh, have you guys heard the plans of the new bill? Blah blah. This and that. I heard it's named after one of our fallen comrades, and the person that's in charge is actually one of my close friends. He's I'm part of the group that actually saved Capstone from its demise. Just no big deal, right? And I don't know if you've been to the docks yet, but I heard they renamed it after some guy who is probably the strongest guy in the group, actually. Probably one of the smartest guys, one of the better looking guys. He's single. But they named it something like what is it, like heroic Druge dock or something like that, or legendary Druge dock or something like that. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name's Druge, but you can call me the savior of Capstone. No big deal. But yeah, so I'm actually one of the folks that's going to be heading up for Leona, and we're recruiting, looking for some people. We got openings basically everywhere. I'm just trying to see who may or may not be interested. We got good wages, we got healthcare, dental, vision, all the stuff. So anyone interested? Anyone want to change the scenery?
I heard they even got dental.
And then I'll roll a d20. And it's we'll say this one's like a little bit. It's a market, so like there's more people there. So naturally, even if I wasn't trying to,
I'll give you the +2 again. Just kind of the hero bonus, if you will.
Mm-hmm. And then so I'll say this is like a group of like 6 to 8.
Okay.
So that's 1828.
All right.
Sick.
Again, I think just naturally some people are just like not interested. So, if you're go ahead and roll d6,
please.
Okay. Yeah, not bad. So it's the same thing. A couple of people are kind of thanks but no thanks. A few people like kind of sort of listen to the first little bit, but when you start kind of like literally flexing on them, they're like but a small handful of them are like, heck yeah, like constant regular paychecks, like, whoa, insurance, no, just kidding. But like
what's insurance? I never heard of that.
Kind of run through the whole thing, and one of them's actually like, hey, I've even got like a little bit of a cart, like I could help move stuff around, and if that'd give me a leg up at possibly getting regular employment there.
Yeah, absolutely. The more you bring to us, the more we can do for you.
It's just it's just a little like 2-wheeled number. It's not like a full wagon or anything, but it's probably more than these guys got, and they're like, hey, we can still help. Like, I don't know, I can carry stuff. I can learn to swing a hammer around. I don't know. Like, so they kind of start like jockeying with each other a little bit.
No need to fight. We got plenty of employment. All right. It's just, he has a wheelbarrow. We're starting him at an extra shilling an hour more than you guys. You guys come with a barrel, you get an extra shilling per hour, But all right, yeah. So, do you need me to roll again to like keep them?
No, that was just because you said you wanted to try
go?
and convince the people that seemed like kind of slightly interested last time. So
Okay, word. Yeah. I'll take those. So there's 3 of them.
yeah. So you have
around?
a total of 5 interested persons now. One of which has a 2-wheeled cart.
Word. Okay, and I guess I don't know if I'm going to use this term correctly, but retcon a little bit with the folks back at the dock. I just told them at the end of the day to meet me, and I'm telling these guys to meet up at the tavern for what would be around dinner time, just so I can introduce them to the rest of the gang. And then that'll be it for me for recruiting for the day.
Okay.
Gotta use that term correctly. Retcon. It's the first time I ever used it.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. Everything you did there was spot on. While you're at it, just for a quick nod of flavor as you're going around doing that, the town crier, the little gnome that you guys have seen before, that Baheer recruited to help kind of propagandize Bridget a little bit. He comes through and you hear him. You know, he's like, they don't just talk about one thing, right? So he's going through being like, like rebuilding of the gates is underway, and and you hear him working some good words about Bridget again, and he's true to his word. He's comes through and like shouting out about a couple of current events, and the missing people out at Smith Farm outside of town have been found, and you just kind of like going around like calling out current events and whatnot, and then he kind of picks up on what you're doing and kind of like stops and kind of like sidles over and listens in a little bit, and then as you hear him like kind of make his way off down the street further into town, as he's kind of rotating through things, you hear him be like, exciting new employment opportunities, like kind of starts shouting out you guys' project a little bit.
Word, all right. And I hear him do that, so I don't have a lot, but I walk over to him and hand him a couple silver and say, hey, appreciate that. Thanks. Keep going.
He stops and gives you like a really deep bow, a bow fit for a king, and he's thank you very much. Good to see you and your friends again.
Right. And then that'll be the end of Druge's actions for at least for the morning, afternoon, until we get together for dinner.
Yeah, sounds good.
Once I get up, I'm going to go and head over to the church.
Okay.
I'm going to go and see if I can find anybody who could possibly do any sort of magic that could assist in the construction. Anybody who could move earth or anything like that could possibly help. And since other than Angela, who I have asked a few favors of recently, they're the only other people besides myself I know that can do magic. So
okay, yeah. I'm just finishing up a direct message really quickly.
That's all right. I have to find myself anyways, and now I have to find the church. Church. I was going the right way. Bloop. So I'm going to look for the cleric, the priest that I spoke to before, who performed the binding ritual about the book.
Yes. I had that page open. That is Lloyd.
That's right. I was looking through my notes trying to find it, but I must have missed writing it down.
Welcome back.
Yes. Well played.
Oh my god, the deal with it with the witch hats is so good. Okay. Yes, and I don't remember exactly how much he told you. Slash exactly what you guys talked about. But broadly speaking, you do know that the kind of ritual of binding that he performed was not strictly divine magic. So,
Right.
you know that he's worth acting.
Yeah, he did also attempt an exorcism on me originally as well. So I know he has at least some sort of skills.
Right.
And maybe they're bordering on magic. I don't know. I don't work with the divine magic, so that could have been.
Right. Okay. Yeah. He's around. That's where he works. He tends to in his downtime, he's kind of a bit of a gardener. That's kind of his happy place. So you probably find him out in the courtyard garden there off the side of the church.
Even better. I've never seen this place before.
That's right.
No, that's where they performed the ritual binding.
Sweetie. Oh, right. The ritual.
I have seen it. I wasn't here for that for the recent event,
right.
However. But yeah. Oh, Lloyd, fancy meeting you here.
Grab a mini from him really quick. There's a kind of friar looking guy. Yeah, that'll work.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, you find him. There's a little bench kind of off to the side here. You come to find him sitting on the bench, kind of hunched over, getting some weeds out of. Can't really call it a garden bed because it's not quite that structured, but he's kind of weeding over here.
Okay. And I did actually find it in my notes. He did specify he had some spells similar to the Oath that were interesting, and I was going to talk to him about at a later point. That was just a self note, so whether or not he was going to talk to me about them is a different story. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey there. How's things in the House of Minna?
Good to see you. Obviously it's been challenging times for everyone. We've those of us here at the church have been worked to the bone recently. So today's kind of the first day that I've had some time to sit down and do something for just myself, because mostly I've been expending all of my magical energies and then caring for people and then resting and doing it all over again the last few days. So now I'm cleaning up, and he kind of gestures broadly at the garden had significantly more visitors than normal recently, and needless to say, not all folks are conscientious of being respectful around plants. Kind of sadly sits down and picks up a big broken stem from a plant, shakes his head.
Well, that's disappointing. People need to treat nature with respect.
Indeed, and gives you a bit of a bow. What brings you by? Good, and that wasn't that many days ago, right? Yeah, I don't see why I wouldn't remember your name. He's what brings you by, Mr. Rubato?
Yeah, that was like a week ago at this point.
Yeah.
With everything that's gone down, for one, I wanted to make sure that our mutual item is still okay.
Dawn begins.
I need a bit of a prompt on that one. Sorry. What are you
The
referring
book.
to? Got it. Okay. That was my assumption, but I didn't want to kick off the whole scene here based on a faulty assumption.
Right.
And all of that played out after the second one.
What do you mean? The second book?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that was the Sauron book, if you will.
Right. Okay. It's like, well, I suppose that depends on what you mean with that. It's, as far as I know, it's still safe in Leona's office.
Very good.
And then he kind of like stops. He's like, well, the chaplain's office, I suppose.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry to hear about that. Well, me and her may not have agreed on everything. We're both just doing what we thought was best for everybody. So it's sad to see her go. She was a tough cookie.
Kind of grins. He's like, yeah, she had a strong sense of what was right and how it was right to do it. But
Very true.
I was an apologist of hers. I felt that she meant well despite her methods sometimes.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yep. So that sounds very similar to a chat we had last time we were out in this park here. I come to you with a request on possibly some information. As you've heard, I'm sure, our knightly friend Alondite has a fort named after our mutual friend Leona.
Like, yes, quite the reversal of fortunes from smashing up her office.
Yeah. Things have changed quite a bit in the past week. Quite a bit for everybody, I think.
Kind of nods sadly at that one.
Yeah. But I come to you because I know that with these sorts of things, it's going to be a large expenditure to build a fort from nothing. But I know that some folks may have magical prowess in ways that could assist in construction, moving earth, and things of that nature. And you're one of the few others I know here who has any sort of magical prowess. So I thought I would come to ask you if you knew how we could get some assistance.
He really perks up at that. He's like, I very most certainly do. In fact, that's actually how I got my own start. I grew up on a farm, not here at Capstone, but I grew up on a farm. Absalon for anybody that cares. Like outside of Coggin, and it's when I kind of came into my teenage years, I
Coggin.
Can kind of I guess I can kind of hand wave the details. I don't need to bore you, but needless to say, it was discovered that I found that I didn't enjoy running the plow so much, but I could just kind of think really hard about how much I didn't want to do that, and then it sort of happened. So I'd never really heard of such things, but it was a very useful trick. Saved me a lot of time and gave me much more time to nap under the apple tree. and that was great until my folks found out about it, and then not that they were cruel about it or anything, but they of course immediately decided that being a strapping young boy, that with all this extra free time I could do all sorts of other things that they wanted done around the farm. So it didn't end up actually saving me a whole lot of trouble in the long run, but it certainly made the farm a bit more productive. And when I got a couple years older, then a paladin came through recruiting for the clergy, and as is pretty normal around here, that seemed like a sensible employment path for me given my aptitudes. So I began my apprenticeship with the church and trained as an acolyte, and learned to kind of channel my powers into more divine purposes, and kind of like makes a holy gesture as he says that, and that is largely how I spend my time and my energies these days, either ministering or administering magical aid when needed or whatever. But I've always found a pleasure in kind of bearing a little bit of power for plants and other living things, and then he like sits back down on the bench and takes the stem that he had and like attaches it to where it was broken, and then you see like a little like glow of green, and then he like lets go of it and it's like attached.
Fantastic. That is not the types of magical skills that I have. I had to study quite intensely to learn what I know. So
I've heard tell of folks like you. It's I think I remember you saying that you weren't from around here. It's most folks that do magic the way that you do seem to not be from around here. There's not much in the way of magical colleges or whatnot. I'm sure there are people in organizations and whatnot, but certainly no such organized structure like there is for the church here. Most of us just choose to join the church because it's a straightforward path for employment and fulfillment.
Well, interesting. Maybe we can trade some tips and tricks while you assist me at my fort.
Like I would be happy to, and I'm sure the church will want to see that there's some influence out there, and frankly I would love to do something other than treat dying people, because I've been doing a lot of that recently, and that's not exactly where my passions lie.
Oh, I could understand that. It could probably get a little depressing. Well, fantastic. Then maybe we could we'll work out the details then. But we'll be heading out to go and scout out a location here soon.
He kind of like holds his hands up, like palms out. He's like, I'm not so much of a scout or anything. I'm happy to come with like a work crew or whatever, but I'm not exactly the adventuring sort.
No. I didn't mean for you to join us on that part. That would be our adventuring troop who would be doing that part of it. We're much more suited.
Wash over his face.
We're much more suited to the scouting. But yes, when we've got things rolling, I'll be sure to get you with the work crew on the way.
Like, yeah, I there's probably a number of ways that the magically gifted can help. For myself, it was earth working was what came naturally to me. I can't say as I've really succeeded at, I'm not exactly going to be able to stand there and point my finger and turn a tree into a wall or anything like that, I'm afraid.
That would be quite the trick.
Yeah, it would indeed. But if you need ground flattened or land tilled or any of that sort of earthworking, I will certainly do what I can.
Fantastic. That sounds right up the alley of what we're going to need. We're going to have a lot of work ahead of us, but I appreciate you.
Like, yeah, absolutely. It's good to see you again under less stressful circumstances.
I completely agree. And when we have free time out there, we can talk about our little tricks, and maybe we can teach each other some stuff.
I don't know how much use what I know how to do will be for somebody of your predilections, but I'm happy to trade stories, as it were.
Yeah. Well, other than one shopkeep, you're the only other person around here I've met, so I would love to hear him.
He does kind of stop you at that. He's like, well, from what I understand, you did get some help from Jacob at one point, right?
Jacob. Jacob.
Scribe.
Scribe. Yeah, he was actually working his way up pretty well.
Yeah, he's he's definitely a novice. He did actually come to us from a small circle of learning that sounded maybe a little bit more akin to kind of what you're used to. I certainly wouldn't call him a powerful mage or anything like that, but back with him, he might he might know something that might be helpful.
I appreciate the reminder. I will. I'll go and hunt him down. I'm sure we could have a lot to discuss either way.
Kind of like nods to you as it sounds like things are kind of winding down, and says, "All right, do you want me to find you, or are you going to find me?"
I'll hunt you down once we've done what we need to do in our scouting.
Like, okay, excellent. And in the meantime, as you can see, I have much fixing up to do around here.
Indeed, and be sure to take some time for yourself. Got to keep that mental fortitude.
Like, I don't know exactly what I would do, but I appreciate the thought.
Great to see you again, and I'll bid myself adieu.
Okay.
And on the way through the church, I'll swing past Leona's office.
Okay. It's not currently occupied.
No body laying on the.
No, she's been removed. Yeah.
That was dealt with.
Yeah.
I would have hoped so by now, but I don't think it's been that terribly long since the end. So
no. It's really only been a couple of days, but yeah, they dressed and prepared the body and performed rites last time, and I debated about whether or not to do like an actual like funerary ceremony, but that was also like sort of what was happening at the ladies' manor as well, right? It was they kind of did like a mass ceremony. Obviously that doesn't take care of the logistics of actually preparing and burying people and whatnot, but as far as ceremonies go, that was probably the covers the kind of large. They did also commission like a memorial, I guess. Was one of the other things that was happening there, so that will take some time.
Perfect. Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know who I was supposed to speak to about my books, quote unquote.
Your one book that's mysteriously gone missing.
Yeah, and the other book that they probably wouldn't give me anyways.
As you're kind of like standing near the door, just sort of looking lost, actually, because like Jacob's just an acolyte here at the church, so he would probably spot you after a little bit and kind of come over. He was like a bit juvenile, both literally and figuratively, right? Like he's fairly young, but he sees you, and you see him almost kind of like skip a little bit, not like multiple steps or whatever, but, just kind of like that initial like kind of like bouncing his step as he kind of comes over to you and like hey, what are you looking for?
Well, actually, I was looking for you, Jacob.
You looked like you were nosing around the chaplain's office there.
Oh, well, there were some books in there I was looking at retrieving, but there doesn't seem to be anybody in at the moment. So, you remember that book you worked with me before, help scribe?
Well, that the scribing was from the book that you now have again.
Correct.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just reminding him.
Got it.
Like this.
He's like, yeah, that's well, I don't know if I could say that spending like 2 whole days doing that was fun, but I guess it was kind of interesting. I'm kind of low man on the stack around here, so it was kind of nice to get to do something that's not just like sweeping the floors and praying at shrines and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, since you're a little more arcane inclined like myself, have you ever thought about having a mentor?
I mean, I have a mentor here at the church.
Yeah, but one that's of the arcane persuasion.
Well, I mean, you know, now that I've pledged myself to this work, that's not usually so much where my studies would be expected to lie. But yeah, I guess I'm not opposed. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to fit both into my life. But I guess are you offering me something?
Well, I'm not sure if you've heard, but in Leona's honor, we're building a fort in her name that is going to be ran by my knightly friend, Alondite, Sir Alondite, and I'm going to be building a magical laboratory there. And I was considering that it might be handy to have an assistant. And since you seemed to be on the path of the arcane, you sounded like, and we've worked together already before, that it could be a fit. If you were so inclined.
Are you more offering or more convincing?
I guess offering, maybe with a hint of convincing, because it sounds like he is still unsure. So, but now that I've laid it out there, I would guess it would be a little more towards the offering.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, that's really generous for you to think of me. Probably a little bit more of me in a different life, I suppose. You know, at this point, my family and I, you know, kind of have, we set our hearts kind of on this path that I'm walking now. You know, it's seen as a, you know, it's a good thing for a young man myself to have, their calling sorted out in life and to have it be more than simply, you know, working fields or tables or that type of thing.
Completely
make a
agree.
sense motive check.
Okay.
Turn off my.
Oh, sorry. I turned it off because when you get up, then the cat condo appears in my forehead, and it's annoying. And then I forgot to turn it back on when you.
Let's go. That's a natural 20.
Wait, really?
Yeah, for a total of 18.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. You pick up on there's definitely a strong inflection on my family when talking about kind of like my family and I, you know, were like, you know, set me upon this path and whatever. So you do with that what you will, but you definitely like notice that there's an emphasis on that. Probably, and with a natural 20, like probably unintentionally. You know, he's not like, well, you know, like my family and I set this path out for me, but it's just, you know, like you just kind of pick up on that undercurrent of like, maybe it wasn't so much his dream as his family's
right
urging or direction or whatever.
Okay. Oh, don't, I hit the wrong screen. Go back. I need my spells. Well, if you're wanting to change fields, if you will, and do something that it seemed like you had quite the knack for, and I will, with a show, cast friendly face. I'm not going to try to do it subtly or anything. I would love to have you join us. We're not ready just yet. We're still in the process of working on the fort, of course. This news is only broken shortly. But we are still working on it, so you have some time to consider. And I would love to have you join us. It would be great to share some knowledge as well as learn some new things with a young, fresh mind.
I can see him on like 0 hour as we're leaving, running out of the fort like Bilbo Baggins and The Hobbit,
I'm going on
yelling,
an adventure."
wait for me.
Yeah.
All right, we'll make a diplomacy check.
Okay. I'm not that great at these.
Well, I mean, friendly face gives like a +5, doesn't it?
It does. That was why I used that one as my example spell. Oh. That is 11.
Okay. Well, you didn't. You did not worsen his attitude on it, at least. All at once. Your face looks compassionate and empathetic and friendly, to reuse the word if I will, and what might have otherwise been kind of the end of the discussion is it kind of magically enhanced to the point where he's like, well, I guess I will think about it a little bit more. Never really wake up today expecting to be having this conversation. It's there's a lot to unpack there. I mean, for one, like the church gives me a stipend, and like I send a lot of that home to my folks. So, like I'd have to consider the impact to kind of like my income and the support that I can give them, and and I do have responsibilities here. I kind of scoffed about just sweeping the floors and stuff, but there's more to it than that, and of course as time goes on I'll have more and more responsibilities, so I'd have a lot to think about, but I do really appreciate it.
Yeah. And I'll make a show of dropping friendly face as well, and then cast an image of the Mott and Bailey in my mind. Just a Mott and Bailey, basically.
Right.
And then say, well, gives you something to consider. This, sometimes these opportunities just come knocking. My specialty, of course, is illusions, but there's a lot I think that we could teach each other and learn. And of course, being an assistant, you would be paid. So that is something that would be discussed as well. We have time. You don't have to decide right now, but think it over.
Yeah, I will, and I appreciate you also not trying to like surreptitiously use your magic on me. Like it doesn't negate the bonus or anything like that, but like you said, you didn't try and like hide it from him. So in this case I would just say that the +5 is more to the like it's +5 to diplomacy because you're like playing to his whimsy and his desires versus like the actual and altering his opinion.
Yeah, that was kind of the main goal, but I thought the friendly face,
right,
to show that I can do more than just show pictures, because I was thinking of doing both those spells anyhow, but one after the other I thought would be nice.
Right.
But yeah,
right.
Well, fantastic.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna attack something on there. So he's like, yeah, I'll you can certainly put on a good show. Like I said, I have a lot to think about, but in the meantime, he kind of like looks over his shoulder a little bit to like see if there's not anybody too close. He's like, I do have I don't know, not really a friend, but like there's also a lady that I know who kind of her family wasn't quite so happy with her but like she also kind of had the magical ability and turned down the church's offer, which like it's not like get you in trouble per se, but it's not a great look. So like I have no idea what degree of knowledge or training or anything that she has, but if you're if you're looking for folks, I think her name's Minna. I think Minna is a little bit less entangled than I am. Do with that what you will, and I'm not gonna like make up directions to find her that I'm then gonna promptly forget. But he kind of like tells you like where you can probably find Minna.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I do hope you reconsider, but I will. I'll call on Minna and see how things are looking over there as well. Because if she's not in the best of places, perhaps that could be good timing for an opportunity there as well.
He's like, yeah, I like I said, I will mull it over, and I guess I'll encourage you. He gives you a bit of a mischievous smile to maybe next time we talk about it, come prepared to sweeten the pot for me a little bit. And because you mentioned pay and what. So. But I'll think about it. We can talk about it again, and I hope maybe the two of you can be. He starts to say her name, and then like somebody walks by. So instead of saying her name, it's like the two of you, can maybe be helpful to each other.
Indeed. We can talk numbers at a later date, my friend. I bid you adieu. And then I will head towards the quartermaster.
Okay.
I will climb a tree, apparently.
No, that's fine.
As you're leaving, you bump into me. Rubato, where are you going?
Huh? What?
But where are you going?
Oh, it's quartermaster, right? We've got...
Oh, right. I think I'll go with you.
Huh.
I was just coming here to find people. I found a people, so...
Fantastic. You're inside the church. I just saw you in there.
You'll be able to double click your menu, sweetie.
No.
Look in through the front door. You should be able to see you. There you are.
Remember, you can also hit N to toggle the mode that'll like remove stuff between your camera and your menu.
I keep As we're walking out of my little hidden pocket, I pull out 2 little scrolls and hand them to him. I found these at Angela's shop. They might prove useful.
Scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
And they're literally little. They're like, they're rolled up. So I guess you don't know how long they are, but they're like probably just like 3 or 4 inches across.
They're fortune cookie sized.
You will have a wild experience. Is this something I should read later, or?
They are, I believe they're magical spells that you can utilize. I asked Angela for them for you. One is comprehend languages. The other one is feather fall in the event that you fall from a high height.
Oh. With how good we are at climbing, I have a feeling that second one will come in very handy.
Good. I wasn't sure if they were actually useful. They just sounded useful. I know nothing.
We will find out when I have some time to look them over. Which I'm doing right now in the background.
Right, and then we obviously head to the quartermaster.
Okay.
peruse.
I think I've been enjoying the role play and the scenes and stuff tonight, but I think unless you guys specifically like really want to role play out the stuff with the quartermaster, we might hand wave that if y'all are okay with that. But we already know what you're gonna get, and we already know that you can afford it because you have the credit, and you know, like. But I think just for the sake of keeping things kind of my plan, unless anybody objects strongly.
Objection.
Oh yeah, I could just ask him what he's getting along the way so that my part makes more.
Right.
Objection, heresy.
Rubato, what are you getting at the
Well, since there's not really a whole lot as far as arsenal goes, I can't really wear armor. I thought I would have them take a look at my crossbow to see if they could improve it, perhaps. I know back where I'm from, we would have these little glass lenses that could assist in aiming further away. And that, I think that's something that they could probably work with if not the militia themselves, with the gnomes that are here.
I like that idea. I think I'll do that as well, because there's nothing I...
That was kind of where I was at.
If I can actually, I mean, I don't know if they make one large enough for me to utilize.
I wouldn't think it would be too much of an issue. The glass is the important part, and it's pretty small.
Excellent. I'll be able to shoot things further away.
That's the goal.
My dream come true.
Mm-hmm. I would much prefer to be at a distance. He ran away.
He's on his way back. He was getting more pizza.
Oh. I wonder if mine's done. I'll be right back.
I think we're done with ours, sweetie.
Okay.
Really
Yeah, I figured since I already knew like what you got. Good time for me to hop up really quick. Oh, and it looks like Rubato also did the same.
He's checking on his.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. So what about Alondite? I know you're spending part of the day obviously.
He needs to be added back
still
to the map.
Yeah, that too. But I kind of hard to retcon it and be there with Rubato, but I guess I would have been there for part of it, but headed towards the barracks.
Okay. Like to are you going to try and like train with the Minna, or what are you thinking?
No. So the group of soldiers that followed me into battle, they would have been at least a little more inclined, I feel, to follow me to this new fortress, and I would have been just to talk to them.
Yeah, I think somebody, it might have even been you. Somebody did at least reference them last time when we were talking about stuff. So that has been at least briefly touched on. But yeah, we can absolutely expand on that a little bit.
And then second thing was talk to either the emissaries towards the elves to figure out where the other party has gone, and talk to any of the Elven's race that would like to start up anything in the new fort.
What do you mean by where the other party went?
The Mortal Woes. If we could talk to them, or if any emissary.
Got it.
Any Elven emissary.
Sorry, I thought you said you wanted to find the emissaries to ask where the other party went, which that would be like finding the Mortal Woes to ask Mortal Woes where they went. Yeah, they're still around. Sorry, I just remembered that you've gotten to go to.
Oh.
I'm gonna remove Ava's mini so it stops defaulting you guys to her since it keeps doing that. I mean, she's like, I'm not removing it from the game or anything. I'm just picking her up off the board. So
Ava, no.
I think it's probably doing it because she's alphabetically before all of your characters. So other than Alondite, actually, no, never mind. So that theory falls apart. Yeah, I don't know why it defaulted to Ava instead of Alondite there.
Because you gave every single one of us permission to move Ava during the...
Well, right, but like, I don't know. Because I was thinking, because it specifically, as soon as he connected to the board, it said Amras Ava. Just trying to think of like why that would be. And for all the rest of you, that would be obviously because she's before you, but AV, of course, is after Owls. Why that did that? Okay. Yeah, what do you want to handle first?
Which one is closer? The emissary or the
I mean, yeah, the emissaries, like, they are most primarily, they have been helping with training. So, they're very much around the training grounds there in the fort, and like helping try and test, I guess, potential new recruits, because of course there's a lot of people that need to be replaced.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'll can hit all 3 stones in one. Head to the barracks where Minna is, and if the elves are there, the mortal woes, then I'll talk to them. And if I can find these soldiers that were loyal to me, then I'll talk to them.
Okay. Yeah, they're there's a little bit of wiggle room with just like passage of time and whatnot, but like all the various soldiers are helping, do combinations of patrol around the area, check the walls for structural integrity, manning the towers and whatnot. So those guys may or may not necessarily, or those people guys, may or may not necessarily be like there at that moment, but if you're going to spend, some time there, then they would probably filter through like while you're doing things, because eventually like whatever task they were assigned to for the shift would end and then come back or whatever. So they're probably not there like immediately, but if you're going to be doing 2 or 3 other things there, then they'll probably come by and after time.
Okay. So like
pull something. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder entirely. Where the heck? There we go. Session notes. Is the like organizing that sort of thing is definitely, it's like both easier and harder digitally. Weird. In general, it'll probably take us a little while to get our heads around this, but the forts here at Capstone were also part of the like naming and commissioning ceremony there. Obviously this, but the northwestern fort, I think the one that
northeastern.
Oh no, you went to the northeastern. Okay, the northeastern fort is Fort Silas.
And the captain that died, that I assumed command of the troops, was that
that was Silas.
Was it Silas?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this fort is named after him because of the 2 at town. It's the one that's closer to the mountain. He died defending against the ambush coming down.
Oh, that is very... What's the right word to use?
I don't know. It's fitting. It's apropos if you want to be a little bit more.
Yes, fancy.
Fancy with it, yeah.
All right. Yeah. So just basically, as they're passing by or filtering through, I'll just be like, I thank you for staying true and following commands and being brave. Yeah, the loss of your commander Silas. You believed in me, and I feel that you can continue to believe in me. And if you would you continue to follow me into the building of this new fort, Fort Leona, or do you feel more comfortable here in Fort Silas? I leave that in with you.
Yeah, they so they've been kind of kept together as a unit, especially since their unit was largely decimated. So they're all kind of coming off of a shift of helping fix lashings in the wall and install new pylons and like palisades and just kind of like generally repairing. So they have like arming wear on or whatever, but they're not wearing like their armor or have their weapons or anything. Because they're doing more like kind of Corps of Engineer type work right now. But you see them coming back, and they're not like dead on their feet or anything, but they're all a little dirtied up and a little tired out, like they just finished up a shift of manual labor. But you come and approach them, and and you start like addressing them very respectfully, so that they do their best to kind of snap to and give you as like organized of a formation and salute as they can. I
kind of forego the formalities. They look like they're carrying anything, and like I kind of just follow along and carry any burdens that they have, and just kind of help them along.
Okay.
And talking as they're going along.
Yeah. I dig it. They're like I said, they're not like dead on their feet, but they're tired, so that they're appreciative of it. Like one guy hands you hands off to you like kind of a rucksack that he had over his shoulder, and is happy to have his load lightened and whatnot. And they kind of like chatter along with you, and as you hit him up kind of with that question and like and kind of asking how things are going and whatnot, and and then kind of lean on your whole, like we've fought together before, would you fight with me again, kind of thing. Like you said, they're like, yeah, we're all kind of normal guys before all that happened. Like, we joined the guard or the watch rather to just kind of to have it was a job, just kind of operate the gate and ask people some questions, and then and then the militarization and the martial law happened, and then the attack, and everything happened so quickly. But I guess might not have been what we were looking for, but I suppose now and they're kind of like stepping in for each other and supporting each other. So this is kind of like the group effort that they're communicating. Like there's feel like we're kind of we're proud to have done what we did, and to we're grateful to you for helping keep us from running and hiding, and I don't think any of us would have ever forgiven ourselves or each other, I guess. So none of us set out to be warriors or fighters or any such thing, but I suppose now we are, and that took a lot of reconciling, and a few of the guys couldn't they couldn't take it after everything we went through, and they stepped down from the militia and went back to their families and whatnot. But yeah, the rest of us are, I guess what started as a job has become a bit more of a purpose. But I guess go ahead and make an actual diplomacy check to kind of see how convincing you have been. But that's
you
kind
never
of
choose fate.
That's
fate
kind of their
chooses
general
you.
attitude.
+2. 8.
You don't choose fate. Fate chooses you. 6.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Just intimidate them.
Man, that's really one of those times when I don't like the dice roll, but I am also broadly a believer in the dice telling the story. And I mean, the way that you phrased it to them was very open-ended, right? It was kind of like, hey, like, do you want to come? Or like, do you feel more, like called to be here or whatever? So, as you guys are, kind of talking your way through that, and then you kind of make that offer, they're like, well, kind of stop. And it's like, well, we're admittedly torn. Like, I know you're no militiaman, but we'd love to have you stay here with us and continue to serve with you. But a lot of us are rooted here, and this is kind of our pride and our duty. And one of the guys kind of like slugs the other one on the shoulder. He's like, don't oversell it. You like the perks too. And one of the guys, he kind of turns red. He's like, well, okay, I mean that too, but like, it kind of points to this guy and that guy. He's like, they've got kids. And one of the ladies speaks up. She's like, yeah, like my mom lives here. Like, I don't know if I'd really feel right leaving her. And but a few more of them, again, they kind of double down on. They're like, but you helped rally us like when we needed it. They're all kind of like, it's very ambivalent, I guess. Like, there's no like consensus. It sounds like they're maybe kind of like leaning a little bit more towards staying, but
yeah. So I put the rucksack down and I put my hand on one of their shoulders. Like, then you're where you need to be, and I respect that.
He kind of drops step because he said you were like walking with them, and like stops and gives you a salute, and then like kind of puts his, like, I'm assuming Alondite's right-handed, so follows suit and puts his right hand on your opposite shoulder, and kind of like touches his forehead to yours, and he's like, they'll make soldiers of us yet, but for now, I'm still kind of just a guy. And I really appreciate you. You're the kind of leader that, you did what needed to be done, but at the same time, you're not too caught up in the specifics and and all that. And, a lot of folks would have tried to twist our arms. So, whoever you find to serve under you, I think they'll be lucky folk.
I want only the best, and I choose you should you change your mind. You survived. And I want survivors.
They can't help but kind of like laugh. It's not like derisive laughter, but they're just like, yeah, we all we all want survivors. I think that's definitely a shared, just kind of like a moment of levity. But it comes back to serious again, and they're like, yeah, if we're ever feeling a little more adventurous, or or whatever, we'll let you know. We're working on coming up with a name for ourselves. We're kind of we're going to be the veterans here pretty soon. Once they get some more folks recruited. So we'll let you know if. And then there's kind of like a cacophony. Is they all kind of have their own ideas about what they should be called. So like one of them's like they all, like five of them kind of talk over each other and like, oh, we're the it's like you can't even really make out what they're saying. They're all kind of like, okay, well, yeah, we'll work on that. But you'll know where to find us, because we're forming a squad. We're not going to let the bureaucrats break us up or anything.
Good. Stick together. Capstone needs you.
Like, again, they unbidden, right? Because you like specifically said that you didn't want to stand on ceremony, but they kind of line up shoulder to shoulder and like give you a salute.
Buddies.
Are you actually saying at ease?
Yep.
So they, as soon as you say that, they all kind of like break out into joviality, and one of them kind of like kind of like gives you a little playful like shove on the shoulder and kind of like jogs past you, and two of them kind of kind of like shove each other, and they kind of like make a run back for their barracks to go and like, you know, they were getting off shift, right? So to go and like ditch their stuff and go do, you know, whatever fun they were gonna go do.
Awesome. And the mortal or the elf mortal wolves, are they around?
Yeah, they would just, you know, here. Like I said, less training right now and more evaluation, but just kind of like they're just helping test people's physical fitness and whatnot.
They see that abysmal display of raising the troops.
Well, I mean, maybe see, but probably not. You know, maybe or maybe not here.
Yeah, so if they saw it from a distance, they're probably thinking, "Oh, you're great with the soldiers." They were jovial.
Yeah. Kind of just wander up to them and say, "I have a favor to ask. If you could reach out to the elves." Or yourselves, perhaps, if you're willing to take on the task.
Probably Elthrill specifically would be the one to. I mean, you know, they all like turn and react to you and greet you and whatnot, but like Elthrill as a man of the cloth, you know, always like was a little bit, you know, you felt a little bit more of a connection with him. So I don't know if I can do the old man voice, especially since I've been eating pizza, but it's like, yes, well, how can we do?
Since we've been comrades in battle, I appreciate what you've done. You've reignited my lost faith, and I feel proud again. And I would really like to ask your assistance in this fort and have a strong elven presence. If we could ask just that this would not have been able to have been won, this battle would not have been won without your assistance at all. If we could have your assistance in the building of this fort, with it be manpower or just your presence.
Sorry, as you say that, Avondal, who's always been much more on the casual side and a bit more outspoken, like, yeah, that's that was quite something. It's you know, kind of blows on his knuckles sort of thing, and it's like, I'm like, yeah, they honored us at the speech and whatever, but you know, it didn't really seem like there was a whole lot of gratitude there. So it's nice to hear that somebody took notice of our contributions. And Raina kind of like shoots him and like kind of waves her hand at his face. He's kind of running his mouth a little bit. And Elthrill's like, well, we certainly could at least accompany you. Our time here is coming to a close soon, though, and we are due to report back on our experiences, Capstone.
During your report, could you send word that to spare some personnel for the fort?
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. It is greatly appreciated.
And Raina, because she has a bit of a limp, she kind of hobbles over and she's like, well, yes, you know, we it was you know, we were emissaries here on a bit of a fixed duration mission, so you know, it's possible that we could your permission to come back to the fort, or, you know, temporarily or on a more permanent basis, but we couldn't do that right now until we went home. And like Avondal's over on the side, like sharpening his knife, and he literally like blows a raspberry. He's like, It's like whatever. This whole thing was and Arana kind of like waves her hand in his face again. He's just like he's definitely kind of the of the three of them, the one that stands the least on ceremony, so to speak. Rocket. So yeah, I guess they can't commit to anything right now as far as what they can do, but Avendal's like, well yes, or not Avendal, sorry, Elathrill's like, well yes, we'll pass the message along, and perhaps someday we can put our heads and our hearts back together and and discuss philosophy or some such thing. You seem a bit more open-minded than some of the other folks of the church around here.
It is what I truly believe the true intent of benign unification and peace to be. I was closed-minded before, and I think I need to be more open.
That's the way of it. That there is wisdom. And like kind of turns like a meaningful eye on Avendal, kind of like hits his shin with the tip of his staff.
Oh, I didn't mean to do
What
that.
did I do? I thought that was Amlas.
I missed the.
What? Oh.
I actually thought Amlas timed me out for 10 minutes.
Amlas, like, you're taking all the town's defenders.
I think she's talking to me about the elves.
All right. Anything else that you want to deal with them?
Them, no.
Okay. What else for you before we go back to Baheer?
Ensure that Amina gets some care, and that's it.
Okay. I mean, you can also, you still have some downtime if you want to make a training roll with her.
Yeah. Forgot about that, actually.
Yeah, because most, that none of those were both obviously scenes in and of themselves are not usually real time anyway, but we probably talked for as long or longer than those interactions actually took. So you still have probably kind of the mid-morning through mid-afternoon to just spend with her training if you want.
Go. Let's see. Animal is. Let's step in. Let's go.
What are we rolling for? You want 13 or better on the dice? Is it 20?
Yes. Wait. I have a +7. Yes, 13.
Yeah, just giving that context so people know what to cheer for or celebrate when you
Womp womp.
One of those days. For those of you that are watching, the link that's in the chat, and if you're on YouTube, I believe it's in the video description, is a link to our public folder where we're trying to add more things over time. But there's a folder there called PC Projects, which is for things that our player characters are working on. And you can keep track of how Alondite is doing with his war training for his horse, Amina.
I'm not going to look at it, but if I had to guess, Amina is a very feisty horse that does not want to be war trained.
No, she actually has the trait stubborn.
Well, that explains your rolls then, because I think I've seen a lot more low rolls for Amina than almost anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Scath-Bais's dagger attacks, but
Yeah, those have gotten better though.
There have been 17 attempts and 6 successes.
Ooh.
1 out of 3 ain't bad.
But that's actually statistically that's about right? Because he needs to roll a 13 on a d20. So there would be that's a 65% chance. So that's actually like mathematically that's a wonderful sample. Okay. Well, I mean, regardless, you spend the time with her, so. Oh, I would be honored, Slythar. Of course, if you have an opportunity to shout us out, we'd appreciate that too. But that's not even required. Happy to be an inspiration. All right. So coming back around to Baheer, I felt like it'd be kind of fun to. I mean, of course, everybody needed to turn anyway, but it's a little bit of time actually passed there.
Do my prospective other ones show up?
So you said that you would wait around for at least a couple of hours. It's like 2 hours later, and nobody has showed up yet.
Oh, I'll wait a little bit longer.
Okay.
I'll probably wait until like supper time when I have to go to the inn.
Okay.
I think she murked all the other.
She killed them all. Yeah. Typical of someone from that place that I can't quite remember the pronunciation of. I am pulled up here. Of Zalam.
Yes. Or at least that would be your opinion of them, whether or not it's actually true. All right. So you wait around a little bit longer, and at very nearly the same time, actually, the other two ladies actually do show up.
Oh, good.
Eyeless, as a reminder, she's an elven woman with pale skin, long, wavy, like kind of silvery blonde hair, and green eyes. And Elsa is a human woman with fair skin, unlike Zara. Although a little bit of a tan, because she probably does something kind of out and about. And she has she has like short cropped hair, like almost kind of like pixie cut, was what we would call it now, like sandy blonde hair and bright blue. They both come in, like I said, at pretty much the same time, and are like, oh man, one of them kind of like tries to give a Eyeless kind of gives a curtsy, and Elsa gives a little bit of a bow, and they're both like, oh, so sorry, and they're kind of like sort of talking over each other, but like also like kind of trying to like, but like we don't want this to be awkward, but at the same time they are kind of like competing for the same job, so they're kind of like, one of them's like, I'm so sorry. I'm sure you'll understand, but as kind of a day laborer, Elsa's like, somebody came by and offered me a 10 days wages to to help with something, and I couldn't turn it up. So please forgive me, but at the same time, I hope you'll understand that I couldn't pass up that opportunity, and as she's saying that, then Eyeless kind of like looks surprised, and she's like, kind of stammers for a second, and then she's like, well, yeah,
I was just running late.
What's that?
She's like, I was just running late. I got to come up with an excuse.
She's like, well, yes, I'm sorry, but as I'm sure you understand, there's there's much to do around the city right now, and many people to be attended to, and I made it as quickly as I could, but I don't want you to think that means that. And then Elsa kind of like steps in, and she's like, yeah, I'm still just as excited to try and work for you as as I was when we talked earlier, and Eyeless is kind of like, hey, like step off. They're not like full on fighting with each other, but it's a little bit tense.
Kind of competing.
Yeah.
I will speak with. Pick a number between 1 and 10, both of you.
Pick a number between 1 and 10.
1 and 10, yeah.
You should just have them roll dice, Baheer.
Okay. Eyeless picks 7 and Elsa picks 8.
Okay. 7 was my number, so actually, so Eyeless, I'll have you go first, and then I'll speak with.
I thought you were just gonna send the other one away. I was like, damn, that's brutal.
No. I'll speak with you after Elsa. I understand, having guaranteed work during the day and choosing that over something that's possible but not quite.
She gives you a little bow again and kind of slides into the chair across from you and kind of shoos away, Eyeless.
No, Eyeless was the one that got the 7, right?
Oh yes, it was. I'm sorry. Whatever.
Yeah.
Other way around. Yeah.
Okay. So, Eyeless, what makes you think that you would be well suited for this job?
Like, well, I have, I think, some special skills that Elsa over there probably won't. I'm a bit of an entertainer, so I think in addition to the more mundane things that you want done, I could put on a little show for free. And did you mention that this was going to be like dealing with the fort, or just specifically that you were looking for somebody to bottle for you?
I would have mentioned before, like that would be where
she's like, yeah, so I could obviously I could do everything that you need, but I could also be I could be double useful because I could help keep the soldiers entertained so they don't get too rowdy. And then you can interrupt or not as you so desire. But she pulls out like about a like inch in diameter and probably like foot long like kind of tin whistle sort of thing, and like starts to like play a song for you.
Is it good?
Yeah, pretty solid. I mean, you've heard, it's not the best thing that you've ever heard, but it's like above average.
And do you have any experience like tending to armor or weapons or stuff like that?
She's like, well, no, but I do have my instruments and she pulls out like a second whistle, like, and I have to tend to those and protect them from the elements and oil them much I would imagine would be similar to your armor there, and so I have experience taking care of valuables and metals and she kind of like trails off and then just kind of like, yeah, so I think that's I think that's pretty close, right? Like you could teach me how to do it, and kind of tries to give like an emphatic nod to kind of like drive her point home.
Yeah, sure. Do you know your letters, like writing and reading?
Oh.
That didn't look very good. Into one.
So she's like, well, right, I'm trying to think which would, I mean, obviously but I'm trying to think if she would actually try and lie to you.
I mean, if anything, it's better if she can't read messages that I write and send out. And
She's like, stops and thinks about it really long and hard. She's like, no, but I have a good memory. I can, I know stories and legends and I know some songs and
you'd have to have a good memory to play your flute, right?
Yeah. So I don't need to write it down. That I never, I didn't learn.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
Like, well, so, like, what's, I guess just what exactly do you see me doing? So do we just like live at the fort or,
So you would live at the fort in the servants' quarters, so you'd have a bed and food every day. That would be provided for you, and that, as well, I would be paying you, of course. You would also, while we will own the fort, we will be out and about quite often. And while I'm out and about, of course, you're free to maybe come back to Capstone for a while, or you may have like other duties that like I give you like while I'm gone, like help with the kitchen staff or.
She kind of frowns when you say that. She's like, well, I was, kind of hoping to find regular employment.
You would still be paid.
Oh,
yes.
She's kind of like
Even
fiddling
while we
with
were
like
idle.
a knot in for like tying her blouse or whatever, and she's kind of like, well, that sounds excellent. I can make myself useful, and like I said, I can probably do something that nobody else you're going to talk to will, and for cheaper too. I can help entertain the troops, and and I don't know, I guess I've never worked at a fort, but I suppose nobody else really has either. So I don't know. I'm certainly not going to fight, but I can figure stuff out. Maybe I could grow a little garden or something. I don't know.
That'd be nice. All right. Well, thank you. You just wait around here, and I'll let you know after this next interview.
She gets back up and gives you her best curtsy. It's like clearly just a commoner that has no idea like what that should actually look like, but she does her best.
I'll call Elsa. It's your turn.
So she kind of saunters over to the other chair here and sits down. She has a much more like assertive kind of air about her. Like I said, she has like really short cropped kind of sandy blonde hair, kind of dirty blonde, and she sits down in the chair, kind of like stance wide, and kind of like leans forward into the table, like in her hand towards you, and kind of. So what's what should I call you? Are you a lord?
You can just call me Baheer while we are here.
She raises her eyebrows. She's like, I have it your way. All right. I'm not sure what that she kind of like looks over and sees like Eyeless a ways over. She's like, I'm not sure what that halfwit told you, but she's what's that?
I said, oh, okay.
But I don't know. You'll have to tell me exactly what it is that you want us to be doing, but I don't know if she's up to the task. She's not exactly.
Well, I called you over here to hear about you specifically, not really about about her. So,
like, all right, well, fair enough. But okay, fine.
Do you have any so like I kind of like told you about it while we were on the street, like kind of what you'd be doing, you know, like doing like my laundering my clothes and like cleaning my armor and helping me get it on. Stuff like that, or like sending messages from me to other people.
Like I
just
most
small
definitely can help
chores.
with that. She like
Mhm.
not quite interrupts you, but like as you're kind of like trailing off, does like accidentally talk
Yeah.
over the last like few words they say.
Mhm.
And she's like, well, I grew up shipboard, and like I don't know if you've ever been on a vessel, but everybody kind of has to do everything. So yeah, I'm no stranger to cleaning or laundering or you know, or anything like that. Yeah, I know about like basic nutrition and stuff, and you know, I've seen friends get scurvy, and so you know, I know to keep you know, the right kind of foods around, and keep things clean and tidy, and you know, and as far as messages go, I you know, pretty much every ship, whether it's no matter what else its purpose is usually carrying some kind of mail or communiques or whatever. So I guess we're a bit inland for that, but yeah, I'm no stranger to being a purveyor of information. I know how to keep my mouth shut, which you might be a little suspect of, but
yeah. Do you know how to read and write?
good God.
Oh, a little better.
She's like, I can a bit. You know, I occasionally helped with the ledger on the ship. I can't really do my numbers too well, but I can write down basic things and whatnot.
Okay. Do you have any specific questions for me while we're... What? Oh, I have one more question. Sorry. What do you think you could contribute more as someone who will be around the fortification?
Well, I think if we're gonna be there, then there must be a lord of the castle or whatever, and he's gonna need to conduct commerce, and yeah, it'd be a lot easier if we were closer to the coast, but I probably still have some connections that could be useful, so I think I could help with the economy around there quite a bit. You know, help try and kind of build your network of people that could help transport whatever exactly it is the going to be coming out of there.
Okay. All right. And then, yeah, did you have any questions for me?
Like, I guess, you know, how long like are you looking to hire somebody for?
You know, that's a great question. It would probably be for a while. I don't have a specific time in, like, you know, that I can throw out, but even if I end up needing to let you go, I'm sure that I would still be able to find a permanent place for you at the fort for doing something. If like long-term employment is what you'd like.
She's kind of like nodding along as you say that. She's like, you know, at least for a while now, I'm trying to kind of like get my feet back under me, and so I don't have, I guess, an exact goal, but I'm definitely looking to, you know, I'm not just looking for a week or a month's work, or, you know, or anything like that. So I think
it'll be a bit longer than something like that. Yeah.
Okay, great. I suppose being as things are, I'd just ask that if you do have to let me go for some reason, if you give me some kind of separation allowance or something like that, just to make sure I'm not out on my arse.
Yeah, like I said, like I'm sure I could find a different job that you could still be paid for, even if I personally had to let you go.
Sounds good to me, and I do my best to extend the courtesy to you if for whatever reason I needed to leave. I promise I wouldn't just disappear on you.
Okay, that's good to know. Now I have to make a decision.
Well, you did also say that you wanted to talk to the other one more. Or was that you were going to make a decision between the three of them and then just tell
between
the other
the three
one?
of them, and then tell the other one yes or no.
Eeny, meeny,
Well, I kind of want to hire two of them.
I mean, it's your money.
I know. I will,
well, money bags.
I mean, I do have quite a bit. That's 6 gold. That's 6 gold for each of them if I were to do that. So that's 12 gold.
Yeah.
And what would I even have the other one do?
That is a good question.
Maybe I could get Alondite to hire one of them.
Oh dear.
Like, okay.
If Alondite
and
hires
they ride
them,
a
they're not
horse.
going to do your bidding.
No, one of them would do Alondite.
Phrasing.
Racing?
Are we not doing phrasing anymore?
I'm gonna. Okay, I'll go back to them and then I'll say, I believe I've made the decision. I'm gonna go with. Oh gosh, I like both of them. I'm gonna go with Elsa, I believe.
To be clear, that was the second one that you talked to with the short hair.
Oh, yeah. I meant, which one's the elf? Isla?
Ilis.
Ilis?
Yeah, it's AILIS.
Oh, I don't know. The other one has like economic. Can I make a sense motive to see if the other one is telling the truth about like their economic connections or whatever?
So you're just not considering Zara at all.
I mean, I don't know. The other one's from where I'm from, but like that's all I really got. Other than I'm a quick learner.
I mean, she was also the only one that showed any real initiative.
I'm kind of suspect about her because like some stranger was like, I think it was Bridget was like super like, or maybe it was the bard that was like, oh, he's afraid there's spies after your brother or something. And then on top of that, she's from that place that I know how to pronounce, Zalam, which I'm like.
But I mean, if there were, obviously interpret it however you will, but you, it would be more likely that a spy would be from Mom's Medina than Salam if you're worried about what you're worried about.
Can I make a sense motive check on her, like, to see if she is like was telling the truth? Like, if I think back,
you're welcome to sense motive any of them. I think you should probably specify who and about what you were trying to sense.
Zara, is that what her name was?
Zara was the one from Zalam Medina.
Yeah, that one. Like,
Okay.
if she was genuinely telling the truth.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's I think it's just a 12. Actually, it's a 11.
You may have any degree of just kind of like general skepticism because of course like these are applicants that you don't otherwise know, so you presume that there's at least some degree of inflated capabilities or qualifications or whatever that's being communicated, but you're nothing in particular sets off your spidey sense.
Okay. I will. I'm gonna tell the other two that I thank them for coming and interviewing, but I have someone else possibly in mind. But they are welcome to come to the fort anyway, because I'm sure there will be some job that we will be able to give them, regardless of not being my personal valet.
So you're telling Bull, like after all of that and thinking about hiring two of them, now you're going to hire neither of them?
And then, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna hire two of them. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna hire the elf lady, Isla, whatever the hell her name was. Ilis. Yeah, I'm like, Ilis, thank you for interviewing. I think I see that you show a bit of promise. And I would be willing to hire you on if you'd like.
She's just like, woo! She kind of like jumps up in the air and then kind of like catches herself and kind of like, squeezes her arms together a little bit and makes a little bit more of a like demure pose and is like, thank you, my lord. And like kind of does her little curtsy.
I'll turn to Elsa and I'll be like, we are planning on at some point building some sort of general store. We are still trying to get the funding for that, but if you would give me somewhere that I could find you, then possibly there could be a job for you in the future, something like that. Or there's probably different opportunities at the fort. I don't believe we've completely staffed everything yet.
You're like, she's kind of like, well, I mean, like I said, I'm a day laborer, so I'm where I need to be, but I suppose I most often, a lot of people pick up day jobs around the docks, either helping unload ships or moving stuff around the warehouses and whatnot. So that'd probably be your best bet to try and find me.
Okay. I will let you know. I have a connection to someone who may be interested in hiring you on yet. As a valet to him instead of me, but we will see. I'll let you know.
She gives you a quick bow again. It's not as deep and a little bit more curt probably, but she's she's doing her best to put on airs, I guess, while being disappointed.
And I will give her I'll give her 5 silver. Because that's the change that I have, and I don't want to give her gold. I'll give her 5 silver. I'm like, here's some silver to make up for the lost time of your day.
She brightens up a lot at that, and she's like, now you're speaking a girl's language. That's thank you, sir. And then she kind of corrects herself. She's like, Baheer, and like takes the money and like goes and immediately orders a drink with one of the coins.
Okay, all right, and then go back to the inn. Oh my gosh, 12 gold a month. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just
gold a month.
I just wanted to clarify that on that sheet, that the monthly wages, that is gold, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it is also worth pointing out, right, that the entire time we've been playing, it's been like a half a month.
Yeah. But to have an apprentice spellcaster is 45 gold.
It's quite
You pay more than
spendy.
me.
Ooh. Jacob, you might have to stay at home, son.
You might have to pay yourself.
Yeah, I admit the default price in Stronghold Builders I think is 30, but because of the way that our world is structured and kind of the relative rarity of arcane casters, there's
Well, that's to make sense. I mean, everything I do is premium.
to be fair, that was known.
Yeah.
But yes, Rubato also, I think, would have it no other way. Okay. So as far as things before we kind of pass the end of the evening here, obviously Baheer wants to go and meet up with Zara. Does anybody else have any other role-playing or scenes or anything that they want to try and accomplish specifically?
No.
You don't want to hit up Mom about the fact that you offered her services to the fort or anything?
I mean, I guess I can. We can.
We don't have to, but I was just thinking out loud. I always like to check in with folks, especially if they haven't had as much of an opportunity to be active during a session, because I don't want you to feel left out. So
we can. I just figured it was like, hey, Mom, like, there's kind of nothing else to do. You want something to do? Like, help us out. But yeah, I can let her know that I voluntold her, and we can see how she responds.
Voluntold, Mom.
Someone's got to do it, right?
All right. I hadn't gotten my physical dice out because I knew we were going to be mostly role playing. Let me grab my mood dice here and see how she does feel about.
See what mood Mom's in.
She's not allowed to say no. All right. She's my mom. She can't say no.
For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, these are really fun D6s with different kind of emotions on them. And I like to use two of them together to kind of see like what the combination thereof is.
No. That's not good.
It's always good when the DM
laughs. Upset, but it doesn't change the fact that she can't say no.
Surprised and upset. It's not that you can't convince her, but that's the point of role playing, right? It's about the journey.
Yeah.
And the lack of progress you make along the way.
She's kind of like, well, Druge, you told them that I would do that? I mean, you know, your mother's always been a bit of a free spirit. Like, I'm happy to help, but I tend to help on my terms. I have, you know, we worked so hard to get into this apartment where it was just us. Now you're putting me back in communal living quarters, and it just feels like a step back, honey.
Look, as far as the living quarters go, as soon as I can afford, first thing that will be bought will be independent living quarters for us to live in. It won't be anything big. I'll probably be sleeping on the couch or something like that, and you'll get the bed. And then go from there, obviously. But like, this isn't coming from me, okay? This is coming from somebody above me who some people might call like the savior of Capstone. You know, there were some folks that I heard whispering about how there was like a monument or something like that named after him, and it's like one of the most utilized pieces of equipment on Capstone. And you know, word came down from him, and you know, he's talking about how, like, I don't know, you know, the docks. I don't know if you know who they named the docks after, but he's kind of a big deal. And
you're slow rolling your mom like that.
You know, he's the one that kind of proposed the idea, and I was like, I mean, you're the big dog. They named the docks after you. Like I said, I don't know if you're aware who they named them after, but like, you know, I don't know. I can't say no to that guy. And you're my mom. You can't say no to me. I don't know if you know, by the way, but they named the docks after some guy named Druge. They also call him like the savior of Capstone. I don't know if you're familiar with who that is.
Oh my gosh.
But like, you can't say no to that. Come on, mom.
Like, oh, honey, you have your father's ego. You know, I wouldn't actually say no, but it would have been, like, puts her hands on her hip. She's like, it would have been nice to be included at least in the decision.
Unbeknownst to Druge, I actually followed him to his house. And I knock on the door.
You've never been there before, have you?
I followed him.
No, but before.
No, I haven't. But I followed him. I knock on the door. So knock, 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 knock.
Would Druge answer the door, or would your mom?
I was gonna say, yeah, you want to get that, mom?
Oh my gosh.
She's like, well, yes, apparently I'm doing whatever you say now. Kind of sashays past you towards the door. And
I'm just there in my normal outfit.
Yeah, no, I know. So she opens the door, and then you hear your mom scream from the other room.
Is Druge home?
Like, slam.
Mom, what was it? What'd you see? Why are you screaming?
Like, I don't know. What?
I knock again.
She's like, you answer it. What is? I
open the door, and then I scream and shut the door too. Oh my god! Mom, we gotta go. That was the ugliest thing I've ever seen.
I keep knocking. I'm just gonna wait on the doorstep.
And then I open it like, no, mom, I'm kidding. This is Scath-Bais. She was one of the people that I saved. You know, they call me the savior of Capstone. You know, that's, you know, Scath-Bais was one of the people that I saved from peril, you know.
Yes, he's actually saved me a couple of times. I wanted to come and ask if you've mentioned to your mom our need of a kitchen person at the tavern. You know,
oh yeah, she actually just told me this. She's willing to volunteer and
I was hoping that you could maybe like keep my little sister company, because like she's gonna be like tending the bar, but she's not really good at cooking.
She's kind of standing there, like kind of on her back foot, like kind of like just standing away from Scath-Bais a little bit.
She doesn't look like me.
And she's got she has a wooden spoon that she's kind of like holding out towards you like a weapon. and then as soon as Drew just says like, oh yeah, she just agreed to come and do it, she like whops you on the butt with a wooden spoon.
Druge, what did you do to your mother?
It wasn't what I did, okay? So I don't know.
Druge,
listen, I don't know. No. Hear me out.
She just huffs and she's like, "Well, I'm no stranger to those that look a little different than normal, and like Druge's mom is a human woman. I can't remember if you've met her before or not, or just not at her house, but
I saw her at the kitchen, or at the tavern when she cooked.
But you'll forgive me for judging a book by a cover, at least briefly. That wasn't exactly what I was expecting to open the door to.
Sorry, this is face paint.
I hope so.
Not yes. Really what my skin looks like.
Jesus, to cover up all her blemishes, Mom. I'm just kidding.
You're really gonna regret that when you get the big reveal about what I actually look like, but that's a long time from
so
anywho, I don't know what he told you, but we would
like, well, it's not what he told me. She like whops him one more time on the sholdder. It's not real hard, but it's hard enough to make a little bit of a noise. She's like, it's not what he told me, it's what he apparently told everyone else that I was going to be doing. But
he did say, but he said that he wanted you to come with us and that it would be a really good idea to have you work at the tavern. But Honestly, my sister could use the company because I don't think the rest of my family is going to be coming with us. And she's not really good in the kitchen. She could pretty much pour alcohol. That's about all her skills are within the kitchen.
Make a diplomacy check.
Me or
no, sorry, Scath-Bais.
okay.
You can't diplomatize your own mama.
I mean, he's been trying to.
Maybe
He's
you
just been-
can't. I don't know if you know who I am, but they need a doc after me, okay?
Oh,
That's not
sweetie.
great. That's a 5.
Rock.
She still got her spoon in her hand, and she goes to put her hands on her hips and ends up getting a bit of whatever's on the spoon on her blouse.
Oh no.
But she doesn't notice it at first. She's just kind of like hands on hips and is looking at the both of you and just kind of sighs, and she's like, I can see why you're friends. There's
I don't know. With how much he insults me, I'm starting to wonder if we really are friends.
well,
that
you young lady, you feel free to insult him right back. He's he could come down a peg or two. Don't get me wrong.
I don't know.
My boy is great and wonderful and is one of the best of the best. But he's got the ego of a dragon, and so you guys are building you guys are opening businesses, and this is how you talk about each other and how you recruit people, and I don't see how you're gonna make do without me, to be honest. I don't
Really,
think I do have much
we
of a
could
choice.
use your help.
Yeah, apparently you have a recruiter who recruits people without telling them. You have a barmaid who can't pour beer. You
Well,
have
my sister can pour beer. She just can't cook.
You have sorry, but whatever you are, we're gonna have to. I think you need some steadier hands here. It's gonna take me. It'll take some time to clean up affairs here, and and I did have a lease on this apartment, and oh dear, she kind of starts like puttering about
the lease up, because it's gonna take a bit for the fort to actually.
Listen, Mom, I'll go talk to the landlord. I don't know if they know who I am.
I don't know if you should talk
but
to the
I had a doc named after
landlord.
me, okay?
I feel like you shouldn't talk to the landlord. I think your
Listen.
mother should talk to the landlord because she seems to be better about talking to people.
But does she have a doc named after her?
She has a doc named after her son.
Not the same.
It kind of is.
It's not as big of a flex, okay?
I bow and apologize profusely for how this haul went down, and then I kind of leave as quickly as I showed up.
Okay.
As I walk out the door, good luck, Druge.
I'll be okay. Don't worry. Just have a doc named after me.
She has a wooden spoon and she smacked you with it like several times.
Scath-Bais leaves, and she just comes over, and she kind of like pats your shoulder with a little wet rag, like where she hit you with the spoon, because there's a little bit of stew or whatever that she got on you, and she's like, "Oh, honey, it almost seems like this is more of a pickle than what was happening before. You're involved with a business? I mean, getting a doc named after you is one thing, but you don't have to. You're not in charge of anything there. You're gonna help run fort?
Listen, Mom, I'm what people call nowadays an entrepreneur. I don't know what that means, but that's what I am, okay? I'm a man of
I heard it's French.
I'm a man of many moons, or something like that. I don't know. I heard them say something.
Gnomish word.
She's like, well, I think what you are is malnourished after your celebration last night. It's time for you to sit down and eat, and we can talk about some of the details here. But sounds like there's a lot of work to do.
Okay, sounds good. You have my favorite spoon and bowl? I'm really hungry.
She the rest of her frustration melts away. She's like, oh, I do. He goes over and gets them for you. Yes, serves you up a nice bowl of stew and whatnot. And then unless there's anything else you want to do there, we can fade out on that.
No, that was good.
That works.
That was great showing up, sweetie.
I mean,
it was funny anyway, but
yeah.
that added a whole nother layer to the scene.
And now we're fading to the next morning. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think Baheer needs to go to the other end to meet up with Zara. Was there anything else anybody else was trying to do with the rest of their day before you meet up?
Other than doing like quick sticky notes to post in the bar, but like apply here.
Sure. Yeah, and any number of logistical things. I'd imagine that you at some point along the line, like swing by probably the lady's manor and double check some details with her, and just kind of generally taking care of stuff.
Like architects wanted.
I mean, I'll obviously go to my house and just like, hey,
right?
Figured middle little sis is gonna want to come on an adventure. She's trapped at home and bored.
Right.
Suppose I could go have a chat with Minna.
Yeah. Okay.
A space Minna.
Right. Okay. No, I think that works. We've got it's coming up on 8:00. We're about 4 hours in, so we can do a handful more scenes and then kind of wrap to the evening. Finish up at the tavern and then leave off with probably the plan for the next adventure to start the next time we get together. That'll work pretty well timing wise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's see. Who have we been to least recently? Probably Rubato. Trying to kind of like rotate through folks in roughly in order.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I'm wandering through town on my way to where I was directed to find this Minna while reading these little scrolls, checking them out a little bit. Like, these could be very handy.
Yeah, it does. I forget the exact details, but you do have to, there's a number of things that have to happen in order to like fully decipher a scroll. But she also didn't tell you what they were. So you can kind of piece together like, oh yeah, like that rune would mean
no, I told him what they were.
Well, right, but to actually to use them or to transcribe them or to like do anything with them, you have to like actually decipher like the magic of the scroll.
Got it.
So there's like a check or two that you get.
While I was looking earlier, I found the steps on transcribing them. But for the most part, he's just kind of perusing them and reading through the magic a little bit while he's trying to find his way through town. I think at just one point, he just didn't realize Scath-Bais wasn't in front of him anymore. And then was like, oh, well, I guess I'll go find this Minna.
Yeah, that works out well. Scath-Bais kind of has a habit of appearing and disappearing, so.
Yeah, and I'm not very...
He's at the Staples.
All right, and this is for whatever it's worth, just for your own notes. It's Minna.
Ah, that was close. I need my notes back up. I thought it was AAMIN.
I mean, you can try and go talk to her.
Standing in front of Alondite's horse while he's trying to train her. So what is it that you know about Arcane? How haven't you told me this
That would actually be hilarious, like player on player deception. Just like you're like rolling bluff checks to be like, no, Amita told me that she's a polymorphed wizard.
One of
the
them
truth the whole time.
It explains why she's so stubborn.
All right, yeah. So, especially given a little bit of a, your somewhat distracted nature, it takes you a little while to kind of find your way around, and when you kind of realize that, like, oh wait a minute, I think I just did a loop on accident. and then stop and like, okay, wait, hold on, okay, there we go, turn left there, reorient yourself and then figure it out. It actually turns out that it's not too far away from where you go to Angela's. Not Angela's, to be clear, but kind of in that same general area and a bit of a back alley sort of deal. And you step into a little shop that again looks very much like Angela's on the outside, just it's like row buildings, so mostly they're not more than 8 to 12 feet wide, and pushed right up against each other, and just kind of enough room for a door and maybe a small window, and that's about it for the the face and the width of it. But when you step into it, you almost like instinctively like kind of like hold your breath and kind of like flex your core muscles, and like kind of expecting that like wave of nausea that you usually feel when you step into Angela's shop, and that does not occur. And then you're kind of like, huh? Oh, and then kind of like orient yourself to just a normal looking room, like it is the size and shape and brightness and and everything that you expected it to be. And there's a bit of incense burning, and various things kind of like hanging on the wall and whatnot. And then you see a little gnomish woman actually stands up from a table a bit into the room, and kind of approaches the door and is like, well, welcome, sir. What can I do for you?
I am looking for Minna.
She smiles knowingly and is like, well, of course you are here. What can I do for you?
Is that you, ma'am?
She kind of starts to like walk away from you towards her little table, and she's like, but of course, and like gestures you to have like a seat across from her.
I go and sit down. Fantastic. I was directed your way, as from what I had heard, you might have an inclination into the arcane.
You sit as you sit down, you notice that kind of like between you there are a number of things on the table between you and her, and that's where the incense like burner is, but also there's like a bit of a symbol kind of like painted into the top of the table, and there's a small like object sitting in the middle of that. And she kind of like runs her hand over the kind of like ball that's in the middle of it. She's like, you could certainly say that. What exactly is it that you're looking for?
Can I make a spellcraft check to see if she's casting spells, or if that symbol is actually a rune? That is an 18.
It was an 18, you said?
Yes.
Why is that spell level? Technically, you would need to have read magic going for this particular use also, but I think you beat it by well enough that I'm willing to hand wave that. Do you want me to message it to you, or are you okay with me just?
I'm okay with you just saying it.
Okay. She activated a glyph of warding.
Spell magic. No, just you think you're safe here? No. It's kind of well. I am looking for.
Actually, make just out of for funsies, make a wisdom check.
Okay.
Just flat wisdom. No, I know.
Yeah. So that's going to be a. Technically, I'm -1 on wisdom right now as well. So my wisdom is 5, which I think puts it at -3. So I believe that is a total of 4.
Excellent. Yeah, you have no idea where the glyph is.
Yeah. I was just curious if it actually appeared that she was indeed using magic.
Right. Yeah, I was going to tell you, you like hear or even smell or, whatever. Sorry, not hear, because that would just be lesson check. You kind of like sense, kind of like, oh, you feel the hair on the back of your neck stand up, or whatever, that sort of thing.
Gotcha,
but
gotcha.
Yeah, you sense no such thing.
Nothing. Yeah, I was directed here because I was looking for the possibility of an apprentice. I'm sure you've heard of the recent events in the town here, and my troop is working on building a fort. And in such fort, I'm going to be having my own laboratory. So I'm looking for an apprentice. Or a scribe, perhaps.
As soon as you say that, she just like, it starts as like a slow, low, like chuckle, but kind of like over the course of a couple seconds, like grows into like a full-throated laugh. And she's like, oh, that's, is it adorable or is it insulting? And it's, she says that like, that does not sound like a rhetorical question, but also she's not looking at you when she says it.
Mm-hmm.
And then her eyes kind of like shift back to you, and she's like, "Oh, you're serious? Okay. Well, I'm a business owner. I guess. I don't know who told you what about me, but I've recently opened up shop here, and I'm proud to be working for myself. So I don't know that I'm necessarily looking for employment. Then she kind of eyes you, and she's like, have a lab yourself. I could, however, potentially be interested in a partnership or the exchanging of some knowledge of certain kinds. I suppose it depends on what exactly would be
Interesting. Well, this has gone not at all how I expected, and I kind of look around for the first time and realize that this does appear to be like a business.
Yeah, it's somewhere between like herbalist, apothecary, and like fortune teller.
Yeah. And so he just kind of looks around like, so yeah, not exactly an apprentice kind of situation. In fact, there's a good chance I'd be able to learn more from you than you from me. A partnership. That is an interesting prospect. I specialize in spells to deceive the mind. I'm kind of taking a guess here that you are more into a different kind of seeing into the mind. But we might still be able to work together.
Like she smiles at that. She's like, there are many ways of seeing. And then you don't see her like her mouth move, but like as she smiles at you, you also like hear like another voice. I mean, it sounds very similar to hers, but like you hear a voice when she is not speaking. After she says there are many ways of seeing, the additional voice says like end of speaking.
And I will respond by using ghost sound behind her. Very true.
What components does ghost sound have?
Ghost sound is my free action spell-like ability.
Because at least normal ghost sound is verbal somatic material, so there's definitely a bit of
I would
fanfare.
assume it probably is the same, so I have to do a little more effort to do it back to her than what it clearly looks like she did for me. But
she you know, because you literally have to like, you know, wave your hands around and like, you know, what is the component, a bit of wool or a small lump of wax. So so you have to like, you know, you get out like a bit of like waxy wool and like squeeze it together between your hands and then like shake them around and wave your fingers and, you know, like say some arcane phrase or whatever, and then the voice appears from behind her. And,
I'm not doing it subtly either.
Right. And she like jumps like she's startled, and then turns around and is like, "Oh dear, who was that?" And then she turns back around and is like, "Oh, come on now."
But I just kind of giggle with her.
Like it's not quite as playful as Angela is. It's like it's a little bit more like authoritative, a little bit more not quite demeaning, but yeah, it's a little more like challenging, I guess, for lack of a better word. You know, she like Angela's much more playful.
I'll refrain from casting any other spells in here. She's
like, oh, I didn't say that. We can all have our fun. Just you know, we don't need to try and one up each other if we're going to work together, I suppose.
Oh no, I wasn't even remotely trying to one up you. Just to show that I am capable. Yes.
When you say that you weren't trying to one up her, she like you see her very obviously raise an eyebrow, but she like bites her tongue.
I'm not that perceptive, so. Yes, a partnership. I think there's that is something else I was indeed actually looking for, was somebody I could bounce some ideas off of or possibly learn from.
Well, you'll find that I'm a self-taught kind of woman, so my knowledge and expertise may be a little bit different than what somebody might necessarily have achieved with formal training. Let's just say that I value what I've built here. So I'm certainly open to it. You know, I think we may potentially be able to grow through collaboration, but frankly, I will play things a bit close to the chest until we know.
I understand that.
Just really quickly, actually, hold on. Make a knowledge arcana check.
That's more like it. 26.
And this one's potentially a little bit more like secretive. Again, I don't care. Like, I'm happy to say it out loud, but do you want me to message it to you or say it out loud?
I'll have you message this one.
Okay.
I can have some secrets.
Like whispers, but it's typers.
Yes. We don't have somebody to spout out an ad while we're doing it. Need Druge to hype up some GTA roleplay or something.
I think we need somebody to tell Alondite a happy story. You doing all right there, buddy?
Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm multitasking. I'm currently doing homework and.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
There's that beautiful smile.
Oh yeah, earlier we were talking, but I think it was before you had your headset on. It. Your haircut turned out very good.
Actually, well, Amlast needs to hear that as courtesy of Amlast.
Wow. Yeah, she did great.
Yeah. She'd love to hear that.
Alondite went and hit up the barber before he started doing some diplomatic talks. Got lined up.
Barbette. Solanas.
Oh, there's somebody we need to hire.
Stylist.
There you go. Yeah, stylist is.
We need style. We got a barkeep. We got a cook, it sounds like. Got some magical assistants to help with the building. Got some letters sent out. Gonna have this thing built by tomorrow, guys.
We'll have it built, but we won't have anyone to run it while we're away.
We're working on that.
What was the name of it? Castell?
Ah. Mm-hmm. And how dark is it in this room?
Fairly. I mean, not
Yes.
not like pitch black, but like I said, among other things, she's got kind of a crystal ball gig sort of thing going on, so she wants some nice ambiance.
Right. Just kind of glancing around. So, in fact, I might have another question for you. What do you know of shadow people?
Just cutting right to the chase,
Yes.
huh?
Yeah. He's never been a subtle guy.
Amazing. She like narrows her eyes at you a little bit. She's like, I could ask the same of you. An odd question.
You know them. Why would they? why would they choose to follow someone? You know, if that was like such a thing.
She kind of leans back in her chair, like hands behind her head, like kind of purses her lips, like stick her tongue on the side of her cheek for a second. She's like, normally that would cost you, but interest of partnership, I guess first one's free. That's the kind of question that could get somebody in a lot of trouble, right?
Well, it seems like a lot of things I do have a tendency to get somebody in a lot of trouble.
She kind of scoffs, like, yeah, you and me both. I suppose and she kind of like drops the facade a little bit. She's like, I'm legitimately not trying to put on a show here. Such an open-ended question that it's hard to give a true answer to. Nobody knows for sure. There's theories. Some people say that they're the remnants of tragedies long past. Some people say that they don't exist at all. Some people say that they're evil. Some people say that they're good. Some people say that there's a whole other world just like ours that's just made of them, and that sometimes when the stars align just right, things bleed together. I have some experience with the shadow, but answer that specifically. You need something that I probably don't, at least not yet. And then you see the air kind of like come back up. She's kind of like in a kind of businesswoman again. Like, well, not yet, but I'm always learning and acquiring new things, and there's a whole new world out
there. That there is, and that's a lot more information than I've gotten so far. So I appreciate that. Judging by the fact that you know things I haven't yet to hear, and some of the accoutrement in here, I think this could be a very beneficial partnership. There are some things I have learned or trained myself in that I have not seen other arcane users use either.
When you say that, she scoffs. She's like, "What arcane caster?"
That's there were more where I'm from, but.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I just, they our friends here are few and far between because they all get snapped up by the church.
It sure seems that way. We're not exactly looked upon kindly here.
Like, well, to be fair, I've heard tales of other lands where it's a lot worse off.
Could still be better.
Couldn't it always?
Yeah, that's always the way. Well, thank you for the information, and I think this partnership could be very beneficial for both of us. We might be able to teach each other some interesting things.
Indeed, and you mentioned like specifically that you were like having a lab built in a fort outside the town, right?
Yes.
Okay. She's like, well, and I suppose you could return my favor by maybe occasionally granting me access to your lab. It would be nice to be able to do some experiments somewhere with a bit less watchful of an eye.
I would love to. I'm sure we could come up with some projects we could work on together, and there will be plenty of times where I'm not there, so it'll be Open for use.
When you say like plenty of projects together, she starts to kind of like wag her finger a little bit, and then you follow through, and she's like, oh, okay. I just want to make it clear I am still a woman of my own right and my own abilities and my own interests, and although we may be able to work together, I don't want to misrepresent this as being fully entwined here necessarily.
Oh, of course, like you said, partnership. There's a little leeway both ways. I wouldn't want to cut into your business here.
Make a listen check.
Oh.
You're great at those.
Yes. Oh.
That might even still be above 10.
Yeah, that with the -1 to my wisdom right now, that would be 14.
Spectacular. You hear the same like other voice again. That just like when you say partners, like it also says partners.
Ooh, that's fun. I'll have to practice mine a little more. Okay.
Are you saying that out loud?
Yeah.
She's like, huh?
You didn't? You didn't hear that?
Like, oh, please, I'm above my own scam here. Come on.
Okay.
She's like, I'm not gonna waste my my daily mana actually casting divination spells for random people coming in here paying me a silver.
Can I do a sense motive check or something to see if I can tell if that is her?
Like, are you trying to sense if she is lying to you, or you're trying to discern the...
Trying to discern the source.
I mean, that was kind of never mind. That was for the Cliff of Warding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would still just be a wisdom check.
Okay. Oh, well, that's a 12.
I mean, it's hard to say for sure. The source does not appear to have been her, at least not directly physically.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as what it was, not really sure. There's like enough other stuff around here, and like if anything, as you start to kind of like look around a little bit, you start to kind of like a scene from from a show, you start to like breathe a little bit faster, your heart starts to pump a little bit more, you see the like whatever, like the skull of an ox on the wall, and you're like, and and then you're kind of like looking around from like thing to thing, like I'm not feeling super comfortable in here.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a good start. I think I should go for now. Yeah. Appreciate it. I leave.
Are you like kind of hurrying to the door?
Yes.
As you do, she stands up and like not quite like screams, but like yells. She's like, wait. You stop.
I couldn't actually hear you.
So yeah, the microphone might have cut it off. She's like, wait.
This would still cut you out.
Oh, it's because it's probably, yeah, it's like, it's of course filtering it out because it thinks I'm yelling. I'm trying to kind of like whisper yell, wait.
Oh, and I'll stop and look back at her, like still reaching for the door.
Yeah, you're like a step or so away from the door with your hand out, and she like reaches her hand out over the like globe in the middle of the table again and kind of like rubs it over it, and the like rune in the middle of the table glows a little bit, and then like in front of you you see like a bit of a shimmer just like a few inches away from your hand. Being presumably the glyph of warding being deactivated.
I got it. I was like, okay, bye. And I rush out into the sunlight.
You hear, as you go, as the door closes, you hear both like, goodbye and bye.
That's creepy.
I like her. I don't like that. I need a drink and a fire. And head off to see if I can find other people or the pub, whichever comes first.
Okay. All right. So Baheer, will probably just be first to the pub to deal with his business, and then everybody else will show up. And then there was one other thing. Like, oh yeah, it was for Alondite. I'll just bounce back to him. As you're kind of going about your business and whatnot during the day here and kind of working on your logistics, you do get like a messenger like kind of comes up and stands off to the side while you're doing whatever and waits for you to be free for a moment, and then kind of steps in and gives you a bow and is like, Sir Alondite, you have been summoned to the manor of the lady of the town.
I'm kind of just stumbling through my stuff. Is this right now?
I mean, just kind of like sometime during the afternoon here. Yeah, I was kind of working lightly asynchronously, but yeah, broadly speaking, like late afternoon. Well, I don't know, mid-afternoon to late afternoon, whatever. A bit before you're supposed to be at the tavern.
All right. Yeah, we'll say I'm just wrapping up with Amina and finishing some minor things here and there, and still trying to find a what is it called? A Castellan.
Castellan, yes. That's actually what I'm helping you with here.
Ooh. Yeah, because I have no idea what I'm looking for. So I'm like wandering around the barracks with like, Castellan? Are you a Castellan?
I mean, really, it's whatever you want it to be, I suppose. But yeah, we didn't have a way to do this one organically, and honestly, we actually managed to pull off almost everything pretty organically. But I did want to touch on this time, and there's no reason that they wouldn't send a messenger for you also. But Donella has a couple of candidates for you to review.
All right. Seeing that Amina's being stubborn with me, I'll hand her off to the trainer that's there.
Yeah. After a couple hours of trying to get her to do stuff, you're like, fine, go get your apple and like hand the reins off.
No apple for you.
Or yeah, whatever. So I'm assuming that you're going with.
Yes.
Okay. So, do you want to move the camera, sweetie, over by the ladies' manor?
One of those long, awkward, quiet walks.
I mean, he's like her butler, so I don't see why he wouldn't, fill you in. Just like, oh yeah, yes, the the militia and the lady and Lord Partner are motivated to get this whole process going. So they took the liberty of bringing together some skilled laborers to help with some of the aspects of the stronghold construction, and some interested parties who may be able to fill in to act as your Castellan, or and then he says, kind of stops for a second. He's like, well, and they briefly looked at recruiting for captain of the guard, but from what it was sounding like initially, most of the new exterior forts probably won't have a big enough complement to warrant having a captain's. They decided not to do that. Of course, you're welcome to pursue that if you so desire. They didn't want to put the cart in front of the horse.
I'll be honest with you, numbers are a little low, and no one really seems willing to step up.
Like, well, people are stretched pretty thin right now. We'll do what we can to help with actual guard recruitment, but the thing has to get built first. So, one step at a time, I suppose. He kind of stops. He's like, look, he's on the, he's like older middle age. He's like, I've been around, maybe not quite since the founding of Capstone, but I've been here for a goodly long time. And, none of this stuff ever works out exactly like it looks on paper. It'll get sorted out. And if the people don't come from Capstone, then, then there'll have to be some recruiting from further inside the kingdom, but that'll get sorted out. It's soldiering isn't exactly the most complicated of jobs, so you don't have to be too choosy.
Maybe time to start recruiting from the capital.
And around that time, the town's not that big. You arrive at the manor and are led inside, and there's a bit of a sitting room that's just kind of a bunch of different people milling about and talking, and you see Dunstan is there talking with some of them as well. And you see there's dwarves and humans and gnomes, people of all kind of races and predilections and whatnot here. And then Donella kind of sweeps over to you, and she's like, "Oh, excellent! I was afraid that my man wouldn't be able to find you. If you try and offer any sort of honorific or anything like that, she's just kind of like, come, we have much to do," and kind of bustles you into the room.
Forgive me for my appearance.
She's like, oh, please, we this isn't exactly a Lauren. We're I'm not concerned if a few specks of dirt get in my carpet here. And you notice that she has a few new, if you'll remember when I described her before, she puts ribbons and charms and things in her hair that people give to her. So you notice that there's a few new ones in her hair.
If I was anyone else, my observation skills would notice that, but no.
Sure.
Not anyone else.
Whatever, for flavor. That is the thing that has taken place. Some of the folks that are a little bit more general, I'll just kind of hurry past, but she's like, this is excuse me. This is Cormac. He's a foreman. Normally he works down by the docks, but he has a lot of general laborers, which of course there's a lot of general labor that'll need to take place. Then kind of stops and points across the room, and that the guy that's currently talking to Dunstan, that's Otto Schroeder. Can't even read my own name there. That's Otto Schroeder. He's one of the masters at the Woodworkers Guild, and and they'll be of course helping with some of the tree felling and wood based construction, and there's obviously those folks do a lot of work around. Both of those groups do a lot of work around Capstone here. As you've probably noticed, we don't have a whole lot of stonework. There is some, of course. The church is beautiful, and names off a couple of other things that are made of stone, like the mill and whatnot. But she's like, we don't exactly have as maybe steady of a working relationship with the Masons because, frankly, it's, we just haven't really been able to afford it for the most part. But they're here. They've offered a man to help us, and and she kind of like leans over to her butler, and she's like, and he's just kind of standing there like formally, hands behind his back, and he's like, "That's Auric Ironbrow, milady." And you look over there and see a oh shoot, that was supposed to be below us. That's fine. You see a kind of younger middle-aged dwarf with like neck length black hair that's like pulled back in kind of a messy bun, and like a bushy kind of unkempt beard that's like sort of bound together in the middle with a large bead, but there's definitely like quite a bit that's loose and not contained there. And he's not being like inappropriately loud, but he's definitely over the voices of the dozen or so people that are here. Like once you look over and like see his mouth moving, like your ears pick up on the fact that like he's like talking loudly to the person that he's talking to, and just kind of like generally like laughing and kind of like claps him on the back. And the lady's like, he's definitely a jolly fellow. I like I said, the town has not employed him before, but he recently really stepped up. He and his brother run a business and called Capstones and Cornerstones. And they helped us complete a lot of the more complex construction on the church, actually, with some of the arches and windows. And so that wasn't work for the town, but that was work in the town. And they did a knock-up job. All the masonry and everything has been good. And he's he as far as we can tell, he would be our best recommendation to build the watchtower.
I said, well, thank you. And I take off my gauntlet and I offer a stern handshake to Auric. Like, pleasure to meet you.
Well, at the moment, at least, Auric's like all the way across the room. Like, so you hear him like, yeah. There's like a whole room of people here, and like Auric's like talking to initially like whatever, one of the general laborers or something. And he's just like being loud and friendly.
I'll be sure to introduce myself to him.
So she's like, yes, definitely do that. But before I get back to mingling and making introductions and whatnot, before I get back to mingling, I want to make a few introductions. And then she kind of like grabs you by the elbow, like almost kind of like entwines her arm with yours, kind of like I don't know how else to describe it. Like what you would do if you were going to like hold your arm out for a lady to like grab onto your arm. She like does it in reverse.
I definitely don't feel appropriately attired for such a meeting. I'm still militarily dressed.
She's like, oh hush, everybody was militarily dressed just a day and a half ago. And just like leads you into this kind of like little side room where you see 3 people that kind of like hop up out of the chairs that they were sitting in when she walks in with you. And then she'll go down the line and make quick introductions. So we have Edgar Holloway, who is a slim, kind of somewhat wiry man with light brown hair that's kind of like slicked back and gives him kind of a polished look. Almost kind of like what you see in like old Dracula movies, where it's like Theodore Borger. He's like a kind of a bigger, kind of like strong built man. Also a human man, sorry. With medium brown hair, kind of darker skin, and a well-groomed beard. And then last is gonna sound confusing because we have Donella here is doing the introductions, but this is Donata Hopfern, which is a gnome woman, and she's stocky for a gnome with curly brown hair that's kind of like pinned up under a little cap that she has on. And she has like kind of warm, kind of ruddy skin, and like a nice outgoing smile. So Donella kind of goes down the line, introduces you to the three of them briefly, and is like, these fine folks here have done work for me in my house in the past, and I figured that you're going to need some kind of house manager, or and then her like butler speaks up again, and he's like, Castellan, milady, and she's like, yes, just hand waves him away, and she's like, I can vouch for the three of these. Of course, you're welcome to do your own hiring if you so please. But I figured there's enough unknowns with this whole process that I might start you off on the right foot as far as house manager goes.
Sure. Give me some introductories as to their personalities. What would you offer?
So she's like, okay, well, I'll I need to get back to it. Rosalind's supposed to be coming here sometime soon, so I need to meet her as well. But I'll leave the three of you to introduce yourselves, and and see if you can't work something out. It was kind of bustling out of the room.
Oh, splendid.
So first to step up is Theodore, who was the first one that was, or no, sorry, that's a lie. It's Edgar, who was the first one that was introduced. Like I said, he's kind of a wiry man with slicked back brown hair, pale skin, and a narrow face. He has kind of somewhat flashy clothes. Sort of reminds you of Rubato that way. Although they don't look like super expensive, but they look nice and maybe a little bit more ostentatious than is common for the folk around here, but he looks good. And he
is human or gnomish?
Yeah, Edgar's a human. So he introduces himself, and he's like, "Oh, I was the kind of transitionary butler, if you will. I worked for the previous lord of the town, and although the lady decided to hire her own man after the transition and everything was taken care of, I did just about everything for her predecessor, and I'm sure I could do that for you as well. I'm no stranger to running a house or doing what needs to be done. I'm a man of the church myself, and kind of like gives you an A, like kind of as he says it, and it's like, I mean, I'm not like a paladin or anything, but I believe in Banon, kind of makes like the like a holy gesture or whatever as he says it, and he's like, I can keep your chapel clean, and your and make sure that everything runs smoothly and efficiently, and
I look him over. Can I confirm that?
You can, yeah.
Okay.
He just kind of like gushes about his experience, and he can he's like, well, I certainly don't have any experience managing troops per se, but I'm sure we can figure something out for that. But I have experience with the economics of staff and staffing and the logistics of keeping people fed and and keeping supplies running, and just kind of like runs down the list and sounds overall like a good candidate at first blush. Eventually Theodore kind of steps in, is like begging your pardon, but I think we should all get a turn. And Edgar like kind of scowls a little bit, but he's like, fine.
And you shall allow me to just properly ask the right credentials. How will you feel about being in the front lines? This will not be behind protected walls just yet.
Like I grew up on a on a bit of a frontier homestead myself. Not here, I suppose, but down south, closer to oh shoot, blanked on my own name. I have the word Darfellan stuck in my head, which is definitely not the right word. Daloth, there we go. Down near the border of the forest of Daloth, outside of Lamille. And there I suppose there may not have been goblins there necessarily, but we were on the forefront of bear territory and and moose and some of those other more dangerous animals. And I know I'm certainly no soldier, but I've had my wits scared more than once.
And you're willing to do what needs to be done?
Like, of course, I have a long demonstrated history of it.
No matter how difficult?
He gives like, kind of like holds his arms out kind of like wide, but like behind him a little bit, and like gives a little bit of a bow and is like, that's the job, isn't it?
We'll see. Limits can be tested.
You just like awkwardly smile at him, and he's like, oh, I think you'll find me quite capable of doing just about anything you throw at me.
Well then.
He like kind of pauses for a second, like sees the horsehair on you, because you of course just came from the stables. He's like a horseman. I'll make it known that I although I may not be an expert with horses, I have experience around animals. We had horses on my homestead as well, and I know the basics of riding, and could help see that your beasts of burden are cared for well.
Very observant of you. My horse is like no other and is my companion in everything that I do. Get to know her well if you are to serve.
Sorry, the laugh was at chat, not at what you. If that came through the mic. His eyes kind of flash in the candlelight inside the building. He's like, what else would you like to know, my lord? He gives you a long, nice, like very courtly bow.
I'll let you know should I need any more information, but at the moment, I have nothing to think of.
Like, very well. I'll
architecture. Do you know anything of architecture?
You know, I could hire an architect for you if you needed.
Okay, standard stuff.
Like,
Simple.
you're not trying to hire somebody that can do everything, are you? You're trying to hire somebody that can make sure everything gets done.
The more qualifications you have, the more likely a candidate.
Like, well, to each his own, I suppose. The whole point of hiring for someone to run your household is to hire someone to delegate to, is it not? So sometimes, as a delegatee, I also must be a delegator.
True. What if that person is sick? Can you cook?
Like, I'm no 5-star chef, but I can make passable meals. Yes.
Okay. And what would you say of the others?
Kind of like points his eyes at you a little bit. He's like, I don't catch your meaning.
Your compatriots. What do we have here? I have written. Was introduced to, or she said Edgar, Edgar and Theodore.
This is
you are Edgar.
Yeah.
Sorry, Theodore and Donata.
Yeah. He's like,
my apologies.
What would you like me to say about them?
I would like you to be honest and tell me what you think of them.
For the first time since he started talking to you, it's not like drinking from a fire hose. He's not just like blurting stuff out at you. Like, the lady has brought us all together, so I'm certain that they each have their own areas of competency, but I think that you will find me to be the best rounded candidate.
Good to know. Thank you.
He kind of waits again, since you guys like sort of ended the conversation like 3 times but didn't quite, right? It's like the end of the Return of the King. He's kind of like, okay, I will go ahead and excuse myself unless you'd like me to stay.
Oh no, please stay for we'll have some good chats, all 3 of us, after. Talk about the kingdom and what we think is best.
It's like, all right, fair enough. And he just kind of goes and takes a seat back on the side of the room, just a few feet away. Right, Mendez. Okay. Who would you like to talk to next?
I feel like I'm peeking out an office door. Theodore?
Right. So Theodore, like I said, he's kind of a broad, burly man. He has a strong build. He looks like he has, is no stranger to doing things himself. He has kind of a medium brown skin and dark hair that's kind of tied back, and a well-groomed beard. His eyes are deep brown. He wears simple, sturdy clothing, and despite looking like having reasonably formal clothing on, he does also have like an apron on. Not like a cooking apron, more like a craftsman's apron. And it looks to be of nice quality, and it's well kept and whatnot. But it does stand out to you kind of versus how the other two of them are dressed.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you? I am Alondite. And I extend my hand out.
Good afternoon, good sir, and leans in and kind of like clasps your forearm and gives you like the full like the full like arm shake. and you feel like he doesn't like strongman shake it or anything like that, but you feel the strength in his arm. He's like, I am a smith of the guild here in Capstone, and I have experience running businesses and seeing to craftsmanship and completeness and the getting done of everyday tasks. And I think I'll find that that keeping a shop clean and tidy and running smoothly, efficiently, and economically will have a lot of overlap with the running of a. And he like specifically stops himself from saying household, since that's how the other guy kept wording it. And he says like of a fort, kind of like emphasizing or trying to put an emphasis on like understanding the situation. You know,
Relax, take it easy. You're fine. Tell me about yourself.
Like, well, I've been here in Capstone for just shy of a decade. I think that anything that's worth doing is worth doing right, or doing again if you didn't do it right. I guess you could say I'm a bit of a perfectionist, but the quality of my work speaks for itself. And I specialize in kind of the more mundane of blacksmithery, but I have some experience working with bladed instruments, as well as, you know, making simpler things like horseshoes, door hinges, you know, they called boning, right, for barrels. You know, like all that kind of thing. So, you know, I can make a lot of things that would be useful on an ongoing basis around the fort, as well as, you know, overseeing kind of the running of the business, if you will, of a fortification as well.
So you would be most advantageous if we were to look at making a mine here. You could make things happen with a blacksmith.
Like I very most certainly could. I mean, obviously, opening a mine does not necessarily guarantee what you're going to find in a mine, but there are, you know, there are several metals that you know, that could be useful. You know, even if we didn't necessarily find iron, you know, some of those things can be reasonably replaced with you know, bronze if we found like copper and tin, or you know, I mean, of course you can't make horseshoes out of bronze, but you can make, you know, some of those other things out of bronze if you had to. And yeah, I think I could be you know, quite an asset to you if that's a route that you're planning on going.
And you'd work well with the Stonemasons Guild. Do you have any opinions on them as a craftsman?
I'm on fine terms with them. You know, they're a newer guild here in Capstone, as we don't have a ton of masonry, but you know, there's some overlap in suppliers between quarries and mines, and so I'm on amicable terms with them. I don't want to mislead you and say that we're the best of friends or anything like that, but we get along fine. If that's a relationship that you'd be more interested in deepening, that's certainly something that I would be willing to work on. That gives you a bow.
All right. One final question. What is your opinion on the others here present today?
Like kind of like side eyes both of them, and then kind of like looks back at you.
Strictly
and he's like,
off the record.
He's like, well, you'll forgive me, sir, but I can't help but feel like that's a bit of a trick question. Because if I say anything bad about them, then you could say that I'm improper or whatever. But if I don't say anything bad about them, or if I don't have any criticism of them, then you could say that I'm not giving you valuable feedback. I'm not quite sure how to answer.
Well, I'll go first then. I have made mistakes and thrown ink vials at other places, so
Like, well, I'm happy to tell you about my own shortcomings. I am human, literally and figuratively. And it like chuckles a little bit at his own joke there. So I've certainly made my own mistakes, but like I'm a little bit less comfortable just calling somebody else out, especially when they're standing right here.
you don't have to call them out. You could compliment them.
Like, okay, fair enough. Yeah, kind of stammers a little bit, like you just misunderstood your question. Well, I can't say as I know a whole lot about Mr. Holloway there. He claims to have a lot of experience, and I guess I let that speak for itself. I can say a lot more about Miss Hoffner though. I guess she'll tell you about it herself. I don't want to steal her thunder, but she's a capable craftswoman herself, and although our trades don't particularly overlap, I've heard tell on the streets that she's a capable woman, and as far as I'm concerned, anybody in good standing with the guild and good standing with the populace is probably at least a pretty decent person. And every interaction I've had with her, she's been courteous.
Yeah, thank you.
He's like, kind of like pauses for a second, and he's like remembers that the other guy bowed, and he's like, you're welcome, sir, and like does his best to give you a bow. Not nearly as practiced as the other guys, but it's okay.
Next.
So Donata is stocky for a gnome. If she were a bit taller, you'd be tempted to think that she was a beardless dwarf, but a gnome she does appear to be. She has curly brown hair pinned up under a simple cap, kind of a rosy, ruddy skin, and bright green eyes. That she always looks kind of amused, like even if she's just kind of sitting there listening. She like the dress that she has on is fairly simple in design and color and whatnot, but the like all of the like the straps and ties and everything are nicely made with kind of like embroidered like vine and flowers and plants and stuff on them. So she sweeps off her little cap and gives you a nice low bow, which being that she's already a gnome, like brings her down to about knee height or so, and then kind of stops and looks up at you. She doesn't like ask for any accommodation or like make an issue out of it or anything. She just makes eye contact with you and kind of launches into her little speech, and she's like, well, I appreciate the kind words from Mr. Forger over there. I'm a member of the well, there is no specific guild for us anymore. It's a little awkward, but I'm a member of the kind of the general artisans fraternity. I by trade was a brewer and a vintner, but that's not legal anymore. So I find myself in need of work. And like gives you a big smile. So I have a good amount of experience. It's I guess suppose going to be a little bit hard to differentiate myself from Mr. Forger, but I have a lot of experience running business, and I suppose what I could say is my work touched many. Are the drinks that we made were served, as far as I know, throughout the kingdom, and we always held the highest standards. We always used the best hops and the best grapes that we could get, and I believe in honesty in trade, and so we would buy back.
Are we in a closed room?
What's that?
Are we in a closed room, or is this like in a grand hall?
No, it's like an ante room, so it's not quite closed, but it's like a side room off of where everyone is.
Can I take her into a separate, like, enclosed room and like?
You just like interrupt her spiel and take her into a side room.
Yes.
Sure. Also, as a quick aside, this probably seems like overly tailored. I actually RNG'd all three of these people. I did not pick a blacksmith or a brewer, distiller, vintner. The dice landed on guild artisans, and within guild artisans, it's a D20, and like literally those are the two things that the D20s landed on. I was like, wow, that's freaking fate.
Love it. Love it.
Like I said, the dice tell a story. So you how are you just ask her to follow you? Do you grab her hand and lead her? What are you doing?
I kind of give her like a concerned look and say, "Come with me, please."
She kind of titters. She's like, okay. Because it's very different from how you did either of the other two. So she kind of blushes and then follows you.
Okay, I cut the door behind us, and it's kind of this is minor concerns here.
Look, I stopped. I didn't do anything illegal. That was my job when it was legal, and I haven't made a barrel since.
You still seem very passionate about it. Are there any?
I mean, if you just woke up tomorrow and the church said the Minna wasn't real, you'd probably still feel passionate about the faith that you had yesterday, right? You can't blame me.
No, and that's why I've kind of taken you aside, is that I want you to be you and not to feel that you are observed. Talk as you, not as being observed and pressured.
Well, she's completely befuddled. I don't understand, my lord.
How do you really feel about that? Would you continue working that if you could?
Well, of course.
Would you still do it if you were given the opportunity to, even though it's not allowed?
It's a lot of trust to place in somebody you just met. It's because of course you are literally and figuratively a representative of the law. So she's like,
keep in mind what you say. I have no way to back up or accuse you. It would just be one word against another. So I would not hold it against you.
It's kind of stammering a little bit. She's like, well, I suppose if you're going to accuse me, you could just bring me in here and do it anyway. Rocket. Like, well, I'm a goodly lady, and I believe in the greater good, and I'm it just seems like that law doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And then she kind of like stops holding back. She's like, it completely destroyed an industry. It makes no sense. And if they're gonna criminalize my job, I don't see why people are allowed to sell it. And kind of starts like talking faster and faster and faster. And she's like, okay, sorry, your question. She tries to kind of recompose herself, kind of like pats down her like breast a little bit. She's like, I think that people deserve to have fun, and they deserve to have high quality, safe to drink, well produced, lovingly crafted fun. And I think it's ridiculous that I'm not allowed to do that. But I don't exactly have the funds to contest that in court, or to, well, frankly, to do anything about it. So I've had to make do. But if you're offering me what you're implying that you're offering me, I suppose we'd both have to know that would be taking on quite a bit of risk. But drugs, she's like, it's my calling. It's what brings me joy, and it brings a lot of other people joy too.
Would you be willing to provide me enough evidence that it could be more profitable than a quarry or mine?
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, I have no experience in stonework or jewel craft or anything, but I can certainly get you the books that I have, and you could make that decision yourself. I don't want to tell you something that's untruthful. I don't know. We work in completely different industries, so I've never compared my work or my profitability to them, because it's not really relevant. I only competed against my competitors.
It's not a no, and it's not a yes. I'm going to talk to some other people. Maybe.
Like, this is not how I expected any of this to go, but thank you. Hopefully I'm not in jail tomorrow. And I'm very excited to hear back from you. Where could I you want me to get that information for you? How can I get that to you, if so?
When you get that information, meet me, and I write down the description of Gabosh's house.
Okay.
He's totally shoving her under the bus. And that's when we meet up, I'll explain everything.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any other questions for those that are there, or are we ready to wrap?
I'm just gonna do a cordial end all three meeting and kind of have them discuss their 3 pillars of promise. What are their 3 pillars of what is their 3 business promises? Obviously, Donata is not gonna offer that in public. She's gonna have to make some sort of facade.
Right. Okay. I think for the most part we've covered that, so if you're okay with it, I think we can hand wave that for the sake of time, because we've been pretty in depth already.
Yeah, and then we'll end it with a nice dinner and be like, well, thank you. Yeah. I will consider it, and I will get back in touch.
Okay. And do you want? Are you going to ask Theodore to provide books also?
So yeah, I would be better. Yeah, just as compared to. that will be less secretive.
Okay. Yeah, we can probably handle that via Discord between sessions here. All right, so yeah, you wrap up with so you're gonna have supper with them and then go to the inn.
Yeah,
that's what you're thinking. Okay. So to the inn then, and obviously we want to try and keep this one a little on the shorter side since we're a little bit later than planned. But Baheer, you make your way to the meeting point around supper time, and like walk into the tavern and see Zara kind of like milling around, kind of like eyeballing some of the food that's out, but not
Okay. I will go have a seat next to her. Hello again.
Well, sorry, she was like milling about, but I suppose if you go take a seat, then she can come sit with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a seat and I'll like gesture.
Okay. Yeah, she like kind of as you sit down and then like go to do the gesture, you realize the kind of same as before. She's like already kind of like sliding into a chair across from you this time, but she's like already coming to sit down.
Okay. Well, I thought about your proposal, and I am thinking about accepting your employment.
He gives you a big smile. Like, excellent. I was hoping you would.
There are a few things I was kind of wondering. What brought you here to Capstone?
I suppose, new opportunity. You know how it can be back home, or at least I suppose I assume that it's the same there. Everyone is everyone that's fat and happy is fat and happy, and everyone that's not is not, and nothing ever changes. And I didn't have any opportunity there anymore, so I pretty much got on, the when I decided to leave, I got on the first vessel that was leaving that I could afford, and I ended up in southern Rin, and frankly found more of the same. I mean, different, obviously, but the same in a lot of ways. And so I found myself kind of driven to Capstone because it was a new frontier, and there aren't really any frontiers in Atfal Shamsi. Most things are known, and the things that aren't known mostly are sand and sun. So
lots of sand, yeah.
Frankly, where I was headed originally, if I'm being completely honest, was I was going to join a caravan on like pilgrimage down south from here, but I found some some adventure and some lucrative work here, and not anything to write home about, but enough to keep me busy for a little while. And I figured why not just kind of let those settlers take the first step or two, and then if things go well, then maybe I'll move on down that way later when things if opportunity dries up here.
Gotcha. I will kind of put my hands on the table, and I have my my signet ring. I always have it on, so it'll be on my hand. Does she do you know who I am by chance? Does she make a reaction when she sees the ring, or
make a sense motive check.
Oh, let's go. This is 19, but oh man.
What does that make your total?
19.
Oh,
You have a -1.
Yeah,
Okay.
because my wisdom's 8.
Okay.
Or it's 9.
So she when you put your hands out, like she definitely like looks down at your hand and sees it. But you know, when you ask her if she knows who you are, she kind of like screws up her face a little bit for a second. She's like, because you guys talked before. I don't remember if you and I literally had you say what your name was, but like I'm assuming that you would have had to identify yourself somehow. So she kind of like screws up her face a little.
Baheer.
Yeah. So she kind of like screws up her face a little bit. And she's like, I haven't forgotten your name, Baheer. But
Okay.
I don't understand, I guess.
No problem.
And it's like kind of awkward, but she like gives you a big smile to try and kind of like ease the tension. She's like, what? That's a really weird question.
I was just wondering. You know, maybe we saw each other one time when I was visiting that place.
I mean, I suppose I've seen a lot of people.
Zalam. No problem. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's just like the conversation's like kind of flat. It's like a little awkward. She's like,
anyway, you're hired. Congratulations.
She's like, oh, excellent. You'll forgive me for cutting right to the chase, but I am quite hungry. Would you be willing to buy that food that you talked about?
Yeah, I'll pay for it.
She's like, even more excellent. So and just kind of like immediately kind of jumps into the business of like, how do you see this going? Like, when do you want me to start? Like, what's, just kind of like run through some of the logistics of it. We don't necessarily have to go through that just because it's already kind of late. But.
Okay, that sounds good. And I'll go over it all with him.
Yeah. So as you guys are kind of sitting there, over a plate of whatever you bought her and, a glass of wine or whatever, then, over the course of a few minutes, the rest of your party comes filtering in, with the exception of Alondite. He'll be a little bit later than that.
We talked about like before, like we probably have like a different language from where we're from, right? That's like
at least like a strongly different dialect, if not a completely different language. Yeah,
I would be speaking that with her while we're like at the bar.
Okay.
Like I'd like slowly like switch to that while we were talking.
Sure.
I have a feeling I would probably arrive second, and I just come in looking white and go over to the fire and just sit in front of the fire.
I'll yell over, Rubato, what's the matter with you?
I'm
You
thirsty.
look like you've seen a ghost.
Maybe. Do you have a pint?
I mean, I can order one.
Oh, a pint. I thought you said a
I'm
pipe.
I'm trying not to drink anything today after yesterday, but
I gotta take the edge off.
Okay. So yeah, you buy him a pint, presumably make a little introduction or whatever. I'm just gonna, kind of smooth over the last minute or two here while we wind down. Is there anything in particular that, Druge or Scath-Bais wants to do when you arrive?
Not really. Just introduce those folks that I recruited, but that was about it.
Oh, right. I think that's worth at least just a really quick, like a 2-minute scene or whatever. So you show up, and there's a the 5 of them have found each other, and they've kind of gotten a table of their own because they don't know, necessarily who allies are. So they've gotten a table of their own, and they've gotten a round or two of drinks. They're not like hammered or anything, but they're just celebrating, finding work and whatever. So they've got a mug or two of whatever grog is here, and like a little bit of food they're kind of like nibbling on while they're waiting for you. And then they see you come in, and anybody else that's already here, which I guess is everybody at the moment other than Alondite and Scath-Bais, you hear kind of like a bit of a cheer rise from one of the tables as they're like, "Hey, the man of the hour!"
I guess so. They all look at me and do that.
Yeah.
I guess I kind of do the arm motion, like, all right, calm down.
yeah. They're not. It's not like a huge, production or anything. They're just like, kind of like tipping their glasses to you.
It's a fitting sound in the tavern.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So in there, it's Baheer and Alondite. That's it.
Baheer is at the bar with a woman that looks a lot like Baheer that you have not seen before. Mm-hmm. And Rubato is nursing a mug of ale. I guess, would you be at the bar at that point, or would you go back to the fire with it?
Back to the fire.
Okay. And Rubato is sitting by himself, kind of like sitting like semi in the fetal position, like drinking some ale.
Okay. All right, well, I leave Rubato alone. And I tell the guys to just sit. I'll be there in a minute, and I'll walk up to Baheer. Say, "Excuse me, don't mean to interrupt. I don't know where all the rest of the guys are at, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that I did some recruiting throughout the day, and I got 5 folks over there that are ready for something." I'm not 100% sure what we haven't even started building yet. But
I mean, they could be like our guards, maybe. Just gotta train them up.
I'm not gonna volunteer them what they're gonna tell us what they can do, and then we'll see where they fit. But I just wanted to give you a heads up that we have 5 folks that are
gotcha.
Assuming that they're going to be on our payroll soon. So I hope we have the funds readily available for when that day comes.
We should.
And then I guess the last thing I'll ask is if Baheer has seen the others outside of Rubato.
No, I've been pretty busy today. I haven't seen anyone else.
Okay. Well, whenever the others roll in, I'll kind of gather everyone around and introduce the 5 new guys to the rest of us.
Okay.
I probably would have told my other valet that I hired to also come here, but
yeah. Somewhere along the line she'll show up as well.
Okay.
Scath-Bais, is there anything in particular you want to do there? You just kind of arrive.
I just show up.
Okay. And then so I suppose
I go sit by Rubato.
Somewhat fittingly, I guess, fashionably late, but the lord of the castle arrives maybe another hour or so after that, after he wraps up what he's been doing. And at this point, actually, I guess I should recall us to the tavern so we can end where we started. The majority of the people in the tavern probably are either your friends or working for your friends or about to be working for you.
We own the tavern now.
Oh yeah. To kind of wrap things up, if there's anything in specific you want to say, obviously feel free to pipe in. But Druge, has his laborers introduced you. Baheer presumably will introduce his valets.
And 2 valets. Yeah. 2 of them.
Yeah, that's true. When you left off with Baheer, he was getting a valet, and you were trying to convince him to get one that you also kind of wanted, and instead he showed up with two.
None of which can drive standard horse.
Certainly not manual, at least. Maybe automatic.
No, but they're both cute, so.
One's an elf.
Wait, I forgot that the fire was
I
behind the
wanted some more
fire.
diversity, so I hired an elf too.
So I think that's a good place to leave it off. We can pick up next time with you guys making your introductions, and almost kind of like we did this time, I guess. Finish up in the tavern, make your introductions, get to bed, and then get about the next phase of your adventure here, which is going to be getting out and scouting your actual location.
Onward.